Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is 8:29 on Sunday morning here in Singapore, and I'm looking forward to day 2 of the 21st IISS Shangri-La dialogue. Let me begin by thanking the President of the Republic of Singapore, President Tharman, for the excellent dinner he hosted yesterday at the splendid National Gallery of Singapore, attended by ministers and delegation leaders. We had on Friday evening an important keynote speech by President Marcos of the Philippines. We had a packed agenda yesterday with many very important interventions, including, of course, a statement by Secretary Austin and a special address by the President-elect of Indonesia. We were also able to confirm that President Zelenskyy of Ukraine will address the Shangri-La dialogue during the 7th plenary session later today. The President arrived yesterday in Singapore and has already held a number of important bilateral meetings. But now, for this 5th plenary session, we are delighted to be able to receive Admiral Dong Jun, the Minister of National Defense of China, to deliver an address on China's approach to global security, China's policy initiatives for regional security in the Asia-Pacific, and of course its engagement on the global level is certainly evolving, and we're looking forward to hearing from the Minister, and I invite him now to take to the podium and deliver his address to the 5th plenary session of the Shangri-La dialogue. Minister, the podium is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. When the fragrance of orchids permeates the air in June, I'm very glad to come to Singapore and join you at the 21st Shangri-La Dialogue. To discuss ways of promoting security cooperation and long-term peace and stability. Being here in this beautiful Lion City, where East meets West and different cultures blend with each other, we see Singapore's remarkable transformation which tells so much about the development and advances of the Asia-Pacific. And the very purpose of us to gather here today is to promote the well-being of our people and contribute our share to global security. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, in today's turbulent world, people of all countries have a stronger desire for peace and development. Decades of peace and prosperity in Asia-Pacific and the remarkable Asia-Pacific miracle have injected a strong impetus into world development and served as an anchor for global security. It has taught us a lot of things. People in the Asia-Pacific are committed to harmony and peace. For thousands of years, countries with different cultures, religions, ethnic groups, and social systems have lived in a close community. Exchanges and mutual learning among countries has created a culture of harmonious coexistence. In modern times, most countries in Asia-Pacific suffered from aggression and oppression committed by imperialism and colonialism. With a shared memory of devastating wars and turbulence, our people cherish peace more than anything else. Despite problems and differences that have occurred from time to time, dialogue and consultation have always been our favorite choice for resolving differences and disagreements. The 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, initiated by China and other regional countries 70 years ago, remains highly relevant today as a fundamental norm governing state-to-state relations. And safeguarding peace and stability in our region is an important mission for us militaries in Asia-Pacific countries. People in Asia-Pacific are independent and self-reliant. The majority of countries in our region gained independence only after going through hard struggles and making great sacrifices. Therefore, we place great value on independence. And our people are against any attempt to turn our countries into vassal states or draw us into bloc confrontations. We hope to live in an equal and orderly multipolar world. In the course of pursuing development and national renewal, we have chosen social systems and paths suited to our respective national conditions. We have taken independent foreign and defense policies and achieved development and progress with our dedicated efforts. Our people have firmly rejected infiltration, sabotage, and coercion by outside forces. We, countries in the Asia-Pacific, have the ability and confidence to resolve issues in our region. Our people despise those who attempt to bolster themselves by taking orders from hegemonic powers. We're confident that some countercurrents in one area or another can never block the overriding trend of our times. We, the militaries of countries in our region, will always serve as a pillar for boosting our independence and self-development. People in the Asia-Pacific have always supported each other through thick and thin. Being close neighbors bound together by mountains and waters and common interests, the Asia-Pacific countries are naturally a community with a shared future. We have worked in solidarity to resist aggression, fight disasters, and pursue development. We wish each other well as neighbors, just as members of a family do to each other. In the face of common security challenges, no country can stay unaffected. And there is no such thing as absolute security or exclusive security. Regional countries have a fine tradition of reaching out to neighbors who are in need. Despite twists and turns in the past decades, the pursuit of common development and win-win cooperation has remained the prevailing trend. Attempt at decoupling, cutting supply chains, or building a small yard with high fences will find no support here. Our people long for unity, cooperation, and a peaceful life, and we militaries should provide strong support for such aspirations. We owe the hard-won stability and prosperity in Asia-Pacific to the vision and concerted efforts of our people. And we should cherish such stability and prosperity. We will not allow hegemonism and power politics to undermine the interests of the Asia-Pacific countries. We will not allow anyone to bring geopolitical conflicts or any war, whether hot or cold, to our region. We will not allow any country or any force to create conflict and chaos in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, as we are reaching a crossroads in a world full of challenges, countries are exploring ways to promote peace and development. China, as a responsible major country, is ready to share its practices that have proved successful and work together with other countries to embrace a bright future. President Xi Jinping has articulated the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind, and he has put forward the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative. His vision and initiatives echo the trend of history and respond to the longing of people around the world for a better life. China has always honored its statement with action. The Chinese military stands ready to work with other counterparts to pursue these major initiatives in the Asia-Pacific to deliver more benefits to our people. This is consistent with China's defense policy and guidelines. First, we value peace and harmony. China's strategic culture is anchored on universal love and non-aggression. Ever since the founding of the People's Republic of China more than 70 years ago, we have pursued a national defense policy that is defensive in nature. Peaceful development is an integral part of China's constitution and represents the commitment of the Chinese state. Since the launch of reform and opening up, China has cut the number of its military personnel by over 4 million. This is a solid step which honored our commitment of never seeking hegemony or expansion. China's nuclear policy is a highly stable, consistent, and predictable one. Despite once being subject to nuclear blackmail and threat, China is committed to a nuclear policy of no first use of nuclear weapons at any time and under any circumstances, and not using or threatening to use nuclear weapons against the non-nuclear weapon states or nuclear weapon-free zones unconditionally. We have solemnly stated that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. China is willing to take the lead in signing the protocol to the Treaty on the Southeast Asia Nuclear Weapon-Free Zone. We advocate settlement of disputes through dialogue and consultation, and despise the law of the jungle. When addressing border and maritime disputes, we have never provoked incidents or easily resorted to the use of force. We have worked with ASEAN countries to implement the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, the DOC, and accelerate consultations on the Code of Conduct, the COC, in the South China Sea, and have maintained peace and tranquility in our region. Second, we're committed to pursuing common security. China champions a vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security. Different countries have different security interests and goals, and there is no one sweeping solution to complex issues. What we need is solidarity. Seeking bloc confrontation can only exacerbate tension and provoke war and conflict. On the Ukraine crisis, China has been promoting peace talks with a responsible attitude. We have never provided weapons to either party of the conflict. We have put strict control on the export of dual-use items and have never done anything to fan the flames. We stand firmly on the side of peace and dialogue. On the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, we adhere to a just and impartial position and work together with the international community to push for a ceasefire. On issues such as those concerning the Korean Peninsula, Afghanistan, and Myanmar, we have actively sought political settlement and thus played a constructive role. On international security issues, the Chinese military has actively shouldered more responsibilities by extensively participating in UN peacekeeping, vessel protection, counterterrorism, and rescue operations, thus providing a large number of public security goods. Regional countries has long been an indivisible one. We stand ready to work with all of you to build an Asia-Pacific community with a shared future and share the benefits of security and development. Third, we are committed to equality and mutual respect. China holds that all countries are equal regardless of their size, and all militaries are equal regardless of their strength. And countries and their militaries should act in good faith and treat each other with mutual respect. The Chinese military never acts from the so-called position of strength in its relations with foreign militaries. At the same time, others should not expect to impose their will on us. China pursues the common good and shared interests above anything else in our defense cooperation with other countries. We are committed to engaging in extensive consultation and joint contribution for shared benefits and building trustworthy security partners among us. The Chinese military has always reached out to those in need. We have also received strong support from a lot of friends, for which I wish to express my deep appreciation to you. On international and regional security issues, China has never coerced others into taking sides or interfered in the internal affairs of other countries. We are committed to promoting equal rights, equal rules, and equal opportunities for all countries. Fourth, we are committed to openness and inclusiveness. The Chinese military upholds openness and cooperation. Today, we have military exchanges with more than 150 countries. We are open and above board, and we strive to pursue mutual benefit and common progress. I know many of you follow with great interest the China-US military-to-military relationship, because whether such relationship is stable matters to global security and stability. China's position is consistent and clear. We stay open to exchanges and cooperation with the US military, but this requires efforts from both sides. As we see it, it is because the two militaries have differences that there is a greater need for communication. Even though we have different development paths, we should not pursue confrontation with each other. The Chinese and US militaries should value peace, uphold stability, act in good faith, and find the right way to get along with each other. This will instill more confidence in the world and our region. On multilateral security cooperation, China calls for inclusiveness, for peace, and opposes building exclusive military alliances. Various small circles targeting other countries cannot make our region safer and can only cause more attention. The Chinese military will take a more open approach and work with the militaries in countries of our region to build a new type of security partnership featuring equality, mutual trust, and win-win cooperation. Fifth, we are committed to safeguarding our core interests. China always respects the legitimate concerns of other countries, and China's core interests are sacred and inviolable. To safeguard China's sovereignty and territorial integrity is the sacred mission of the Chinese military. The Taiwan question is at the core of China's core interests. And the One China principle has long become a universally recognized norm governing international relations. But what we are seeing now is that the DPP authorities in Taiwan are pursuing separation in an incremental way. They are bent on erasing the Chinese identity of Taiwan and severing social, historical, and cultural links across the Taiwan Strait. Those separatists recently made fanatical statements that show their betrayal of the Chinese nation and their ancestors. They will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. At the same time, some external interfering forces keep hollowing out the One China principle with a salami slicing strategy. They have cooked up Taiwan-related legislations and continued to sell arms to Taiwan and have illegal official contacts with it. In fact, what they are doing is to embolden Taiwan independence separatists in an attempt to contain China with Taiwan. These malicious intentions are dragging Taiwan into a dangerous situation. China's handling of Taiwan-related issues in accordance with its laws is entirely an internal affair of China, which brooks no foreign interference. China stays committed to peaceful reunification. However, this prospect is increasingly being eroded by separatists for Taiwan independence and foreign forces. The danger of national division is still there. The Chinese People's Liberation Army will remain a strong force for upholding national reunification. We will take resolute actions to curb Taiwan independence and make sure such a plot never succeeds. Anyone who dares to separate Taiwan from China will only end up in self-destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, in a world that is far from peaceful, can we Asia-Pacific countries continue to shield ourselves against the war and enjoy lasting peace? Can we follow our own path of development and achieve common prosperity? Can we reject the Cold War mentality and maintain our big and harmonious family? To answer these questions of our times, every country needs to spring into action with a strong sense of responsibility, credibility, and sincerity to achieve win-win outcomes. Amid the profound changes, we need to build a framework of regional security cooperation that is open, transparent, and based on equality. One that features equal participation and friendly exchanges and is free from bloc confrontation. We should strive to make the Asia-Pacific an anchor for global stability and development. With this in mind, I believe that it is imperative for us to do the following. First, we should protect the legitimate security interests of all countries. One of the deep-rooted causes of the ongoing wars and conflicts is that the security concerns of some countries have long been ignored. What this tells us is that the security interests of all countries should be upheld and their legitimate concerns addressed. China supports countries in our region in pursuing strategic autonomy and keeping their security firmly in their own hands. We will, as always, uphold fairness and justice for other developing countries and create more opportunities for them to engage in security governance on an equal basis. China will endeavor to build the Beijing-Xiangshan Forum, the China-Africa Peace and Security Forum, the Middle East Security Forum, and the China-Latin America and the Caribbean States Defense Forum into platforms for addressing the interests of different parties and enhancing security cooperation. Second, we should build a more just and equitable international order. There's only one international system, namely the international system with the United Nations at its core. There's only one international order, namely the international order underpinned by international law. The ongoing Palestinian-Israeli conflict has created a humanitarian catastrophe. International fairness and justice is severely undermined by double standard. The painful lesson we should learn is that the authority of the UN must be strengthened, not weakened, and the international law must be upheld, not violated. The Chinese military will enhance policy coordination with foreign defense authorities under the UN framework. We will make greater contributions to UN peacekeeping, build high-standard standby forces, and dispatch new types of forces for peacekeeping. Regarding the disputes on the sovereignty over islands and reefs, and maritime rights and interests, I want to say that the authority of international law is based on the principles of respecting facts and upholding justice. On behaviors of fabricating historic facts, spreading false narratives, attempting to enforce the illegal arbitration award, and confusing right with wrong, we're very much concerned that such behaviors of pretending to uphold fairness and justice and blackmailing others under the guise of international law will severely damage international rule of law. Third, we should give full play to regional security architecture. China upholds true multilateralism in regional security affairs. The ASEAN-centered architecture for regional security cooperation is widely recognized as a viable and effective one. China will continue to firmly support ASEAN centrality and oppose any act to weaken it. We hope other major countries will also express their support for ASEAN centrality. The Chinese military will strengthen coordination with ASEAN on strategic planning in the defense field and deepen cooperation under the ADMM+. This will improve our capabilities to safeguard security in our region. Fourth, we should advance open and substantive defense cooperation. We should promote mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. Relevant countries should abandon their zero-sum mindset, arrogance, and bias, and treat regional countries with sincerity. The Chinese military welcomes cooperation with the militaries of all other countries which have sincerity and goodwill towards us. We will make further efforts for openness and cooperation. For countries with which we have engaged in cooperation, we will deepen and expand our cooperation with them on joint exercises and training, equipment and technology, and logistics support, so as to improve the performance of such cooperation. For our new cooperation partners, we are ready to start with areas such as military culture, disaster relief, and medical service, and advance our cooperation with them step by step. We have a well-established system of military education, and we are ready to provide greater support to other countries in personnel training and offer tailored courses to meet different needs. Through close personnel exchanges, we can enhance mutual understanding and strengthen our friendship. Fifth, we should set an example of maritime security cooperation. The ocean serves as a natural bond for promoting win-win cooperation among countries in our region. Peace at sea is vital for our region's prosperity. We should draw strength from our unique Asian wisdom to build consensus and seek common ground while shelving differences. We should not allow disputes or differences to stand in the way of development and cooperation. The Chinese military is ready to conduct more extensive maritime interactions and exchanges with the militaries of other countries to deepen mutual trust and cooperation. I know you have followed closely the South China Sea issue. Thanks to concerted efforts made by countries in the region, the South China Sea has seen overall stability. However, a certain country, emboldened by outside powers, have broken bilateral agreements and its own promises, made premeditated provocations, and created false scenario to mislead the public. Moreover, it has ignored the overall interests of our region and violated the ASEAN Charter by allowing an outside country to deploy a mid-range missile system. This act will endanger the security and stability of our region, and it will eventually backfire. I'm sure that the international community is clear-eyed about this. China has exercised a great restraint in the face of such infringements and provocations. But there is a limit to our restraint. We hope this country could see where its true interests lie, return to the right track of dialogue and consultation, and work with other countries in the region to make the South China Sea a sea of peace, friendship, and cooperation. Six, we should strengthen security governance in emerging areas. Emerging areas should create new opportunities for promoting common development for mankind, rather than becoming a new ground of arms race. In the face of security and development challenges in emerging areas, countries should jointly respond to them early, and we should share the benefits created by new technologies. We should reject the behaviors of overstretching the concept of national security and preventing other countries' technology development by imposing technology blockade. Major countries should set an example in this regard. China stays committed to peace, development, inclusiveness, and shared governance. It will actively pursue the Global Initiative on Data Security and the Global AI Governance Initiative. We will engage in extensive security dialogues in emerging areas with other countries and jointly establish rules of governance that fully meet developing countries' interests and deliver benefits of new technologies to all. Ladies and gentlemen, the trend of our times towards peace and development is surging ahead and unstoppable. The Chinese military stands ready to work with the militaries around the world to deepen security cooperation and make greater contributions to boost common prosperity and enduring peace in the Asia-Pacific. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much for this very wide-ranging statement. There are, as you will imagine, there are a number of people who would like to ask you questions and hear your responses to them. So given that we have a limited time available, I will take a couple of questions in a group. I will then turn to you to address them, and then we will get more questions in after that. So the list is over 30 long, so we won't get to all of them, but let me start with Chung-Min Lee from Korea.
Thank you, Minister, for your speech and your overview of Asian security. My question to you, sir, is this. You say that China does everything correct for security and defense in this region, but many in this country, in this region, think that what you do is exactly the opposite. You argue that China is against cyber attacks, yet your companies, such as iSun or Anshun, data leakage has revealed consistent attacks against all Asian countries, including all ASEAN governments. You argue that you are against nuclear proliferation and you want a nuclear-free Asia, yet your country continues to support Kim Jong-un's nuclear state. And you also work very closely with Russia. Finally, you argue that you are for the freedom of navigation, and yet you are threatening ASEAN states, including the Philippines, every single day. And you claim the South China Sea is basically all Chinese. So how can we trust you when your words and your actions are totally opposite? Thank you.
Chung-Min, thank you for that question. We will collect a few, and then we will give the minister an opportunity to respond. The next question, Julia Ganter from Germany, please.
Thank you. Minister, yesterday the Indonesian President-elect Prabowo reminded us that with great power comes great responsibility. Now you have mentioned both Ukraine and the Middle East, but my question is, what concrete and immediate actions can we expect from China to enable peace in the Middle East, but also in Ukraine, in order to assume this responsibility? And will you, for example, arrange your own peace conference in which Russia and Ukraine take part? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question is from Josh Rogan from the US, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, you say that China stays committed to peaceful reunification with Taiwan. But last month, after the people of Taiwan inaugurated their democratically elected leader, William Lai, China's response was to run punishment drills surrounding Taiwan with warships and airplanes, conducting mock attacks, and punishing Taiwan's economy as well. Are these actions intended to convince the Taiwanese people that China is truly interested in peaceful reunification? And wouldn't the cause of peace and stability benefit if China engaged with Taiwan's chosen leaders rather than rejecting their offers of dialogue? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take two more in this round. From India, Vipratap Vikram Singh.
Thank you. Can you speak on the reasons to disband the Strategic Support Force and the creation of the Cyberspace Force and Information Support Force? What kind of current and future conflicts are you preparing for? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last in this round from Thailand, Surachani Srijai.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. Being one of the most, if not the most influential external actor for mainland Southeast Asia, how does China envision its presence in Myanmar crisis? Specifically, will China be interested in mediating for a nationwide de-escalation of conflict in Myanmar, not just the areas bordering China or where China have interest? If so, how do you envision it to be achieved? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take those for now. Minister, if I may ask you to react to some of these questions.
First, I want to thank Dr. Gingrich for your moderating. I can see there are many questions for me. I can feel the charm of the Shangri-La dialogue. There is a wide participation, and I know there are many questions coming, and in the interest of time, I'll get directly to the questions. I know they cover different issues. So I just want to briefly respond to these questions and combined my discussions with defense leaders with many countries in the past 2 days. I know there are focus on some major issues. First, I want to talk about the Taiwan question. You know, an expert from the US asked this question. Taiwan is an inalienable part of China. It's a province of China. I think this fact is very clear. There's no need for me to go into details about this fact. Whether historically or jurisprudentially or as realities, China has exercised jurisdiction for Taiwan over 1,000 years. And for legal basis, after the Second World War, 1943 Carroll Declaration, 1945 Potsdam Declaration, and the UN 2758 resolution in 1971, all confirmed that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China. And today, 183 countries in the world have diplomatic relations with China, and they all recognized that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China. I think this is a basic fact. So the key issue today is, at this very moment, the one China, the status quo of one China is being undermined. The one China principle is being eroded. The forces for Taiwan independence are unilaterally changing the status quo of one China. We see during the recent inauguration, so-called inauguration ceremony of the Taiwan leader, in his speech, he made very blatant statement about his ambition for Taiwan independence. I did not find that surprised, because this is what the DPP authorities have been doing in the past few years. Since they took office, politically, they did not recognize the 1992 consensus on one China principle. And they're trying to change Taiwan's constitution and amend the constitution and other laws, and trying to change Taiwan's textbooks to erase the Chinese identity. And they prevent people-to-people exchanges between the mainland and Taiwan. And militarily, they are strengthening their military capabilities to push for Taiwan independence. So this is an incremental approach to independence. So I think another reason of their aggressiveness is because support and encouragement from outside forces. We know some big power keeps hollowing out the One China principle, distorted facts, and even to misinterpret UN General Assembly resolutions. They have violated their commitment to China when we established diplomatic relations. And they keep testing China's red lines. For example, the red line about official engagement with Taiwan and then arms sales to Taiwan. They are selling a lot of weapons to Taiwan. This kind of behavior sent very wrong signals to the Taiwan independence forces and make them become very aggressive. I think we are clear what the foreign powers' true purpose. They're trying to contain China with Taiwan. And we see the international community, many countries and state leaders and international organizations speak out their support for the One China principle and opposition against Taiwan independence. You see, the United Nations issued a statement that Taiwan is a province of China. Therefore, given the current circumstances, we need to focus on the actions taken by the forces for Taiwan independence. And currently, they're trying to use force to resist reunification and trying to strengthen their military capabilities. And also, the foreign power is dumping weapons to Taiwan. So I think this kind of strategy of using force to resist for independence will not work facing the People's Liberation Army and China.
I think we understood the point, but can I ask you to perhaps say a word about the Middle East and Ukraine as well, since that question came up as well, yeah? If you could address the question of the Middle East and Ukraine as well, if you could spend a minute on China's view of peace process there.
我想先把这个台湾问题。
First, to finish on Taiwan, this is the core of our core interest. Since it was asked, I'll first to finish this one. I think facing the strong People's Liberation Army, their efforts will be futile. And their efforts can only lead to accelerated demise and only undermine the interests of people in Taiwan, and that's the least thing we want to see in China. As a defense minister, to be very honest with you, we are prepared for all kinds of extreme situations that may happen for Taiwan independence. And we are very confident in our capabilities to deter Taiwan independence. China is a major country. We will and must realize its unification, but we are committed to peaceful unification. We'll try our best and with the biggest sincerity to realize peaceful unification. I also want to send a message to the forces for Taiwan independence to abandon the illusion and return to the right track of unification. And also to have more legal public awareness campaigns. For example, the China's anti-successionist law do not cross the legal red lines in this law.
Is a 10-minute answer to one? This was a 10-minute answer to one of the questions. Can I ask you for a 1-minute answer on the other question, please? Would that be possible? Yeah, is that possible, please? Thank you.
两句话，所以
So I think I made myself very clear on Taiwan question. Taiwan independence will only cause its own demise. I want to re-emphasize that Taiwan is an internal affair of China. The foreign forces should not interfere. Dr. Gingrich reminds me of the time. I know also the maritime security. I also want to say a few words on maritime security. Of course, you mentioned the freedom of navigation. As we all know, the South China Sea is one of the busiest area for international shipping. Over 50% of global shipping and 1/3 of cargo ships go through this region. But up till now, I never heard. And also according to statistics from international organizations, in the South China Sea, there's never one incident that any civilian ship, have their freedom of navigation being compromised. We see recently a head of state from a Southeast Asian country also expressed same idea. So why this always becomes a issue, the freedom of navigation? Why it always brought up? I want to say, there are risks. Because this place is prosperous, some big power are keep increasing their military presence in this area, in particular strengthening, deploying more military assets. So what is their purpose? Are you coming here for peace? Or stirring up troubles? I'll just give you an example, like Operation Safety. Some country itself has not signed the UNCLOS yet. And without authorization from any international organizations, they're trying to use the UNCLOS to violate other countries' sovereignty with the so-called freedom of navigation operations. they entered into territorial sea space of other countries. This is a hegemonic behavior. If I compare South China Sea to a busy city with a lot of traffic, there's a lot of vehicles on the road, and this city is well in order, and there's no problem. But if you don't drive on the main way, but drive into others' houses, and you don't allow others to make response, is that freedom? I don't believe this kind of behavior equals freedom. I'll end soon. This country says by itself that each year they conduct freedom navigation operations against dozens of countries. And there are many victims of their operations, and many countries in the South China Sea. We are all victims of these kind of operations. If this is freedom navigation, then I don't understand what rules means anymore.
We're running out of time rapidly, so I want to quickly get, we're coming up to the end of our session, so I want to quickly get a few more views in before then hearing your responses. First one in this round is Bonnie Glaser from the US. Minister, can we have a few more questions, please? Thank you.
Yes, Minister Dong. Philippines President Marcos said clearly in his keynote address that if a Filipino citizen is willfully killed in an encounter at Second Thomas Shoal, that is very close to an act of war. The United States has stated repeatedly that it will honor its commitment to the Philippines under the U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty. The risk of a military conflict, in my estimation, is significant and growing. But I believe that neither the United States, the Philippines, nor China seeks military conflict. What will China do to de-escalate the dangerous situation? Will you today commit to stop using water cannons and ramming Filipino vessels and pursue a peaceful resolution through dialogue? Thank you.
Well, let's get another point in, please. Maya Nouwens from the Netherlands.
Thank you, Bastian. Minister Dong, last year, China and Russia signed an MOU on maritime law enforcement cooperation, and this year you held your first meeting to mark the one-year anniversary of that MOU. Can you, for transparency's sake, please provide more information on what you aim to achieve with this new MOU for cooperation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll take one more, and then we'll have a response from the minister. One more from Japan, Takesugo Sato.
Thank you, Minister. Recently, Chinese ambassador to Japan said that if Japan were to join to the division of China, it would lead Japanese people into the fire. So on your remarks, you said China does not provoke, but it's clearly provocation. If China suggests an intention to attack to Japan, we must call China a threat. Do you believe that ambassador's statement is appropriate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, I'll turn back to you now for a final round of comments from you. I just like to point out, you've made some very clear statements. You're getting some very clear questions in reaction to those statements. So I'll invite you now to take maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes to offer your thoughts on the issues that are still on the table, please, and including the de-escalation question. Thank you.
Sorry, doctor. I think it's a hard question. It's hard for me to make myself clear in 3 or 4 minutes. But I just want to mention a very key issue, the South China Sea issue. I mentioned our position in my speech. We believe for the South China Sea remains stable. There are some frictions, but China's position and our principle remains consistent, and I will not repeat that here. As for the issue over the second Thomas show, I think the current problem is that in 1999, since the other side illegally grounded their desolate landing ship on this shore, our two countries have been talking about this issue peacefully for the past 20 years. I'm not going to talk about the disputes over sovereignty. Our experts have already made our position very clear. So our two countries have been committed and have been working on this issue. At first, they promised to tow this away, and then we reached some other agreements. For humanitarian reasons, we agreed that they can send supplies to personnel on this ship. And we reached several agreements. And all the previous administrations and the current administration also recognized this agreement, but recently they started not recognize it at all. This is a unilateral reneging of their promise. As we say in China, it's like a deliberate bumping. We are creating a false scenario, like like a passersby. He hit a vehicle by himself and then played the victim to blackmail the driver on the vehicle. Actually, it is a deliberate action, and is trying to make an issue of this kind of incident. I think this is blackmail and hijacking rules, because we're always talking about rule-based international order. I think this is not even morally right. And China's law enforcement are very restrained and in accordance with our law. And our policy is consistent for the past many decades. We're committed to peaceful resolution of the disputes. But I also want to say our tolerance for deliberate provocation will have a limit. Thank you. Doctor, it's my first time to join the Shangri-La dialogue. I had many different feelings, and I want to share with you. And see from your questions, there are many, many questions for China. And I also want to have more time to talk with the audience. And I'll be mindful of the time. I think the Shangri-La dialogue is a very good platform with a focus on regional security. It's a very open platform and with different opinions, different ideas. I learned a lot from this year's participation, and I know this is one of the one of the best security forum in the world, and I wish this year's Shangri-La dialogue a full success. This is my first participation. In my discussions with all the leaders, I want to say 2 points. First, I know you are all very interested in China, and there are a lot of attention on China. And on China's security initiatives and the community with a shared future for mankind. And we see some support for them. As China's defense minister, I feel responsibilities on my shoulders. My second point is that I hope the Shangri-La dialogue can pool our wisdom together and to add more positive expectations for stability in the Asia-Pacific. This should never be an arena for competition. China will continue to act in a responsible manner and participate in international activities. We also host a lot of international activities. For example, the Beijing Shanshan Forum. We will host it in the later half of this year. We will learn from your experience of this Shangri-La dialogue, and we will put our focus on building consensus and give priority to the security interests of developing countries and to work together. Peace, cooperation is our biggest purpose. And I want to invite all the audience to come to Beijing. And I would like to see you in Beijing. Thank you.
The purpose of the Shangri-La dialogue is in part to provide a platform and an opportunity for governments to present their views and their positions so that they can be debated and discussed with a wide-ranging audience. We certainly have had some of that this morning, so thank you very much for that. We must now close this session. We have a very quick staging break, and then we go immediately into the next plenary session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 6th plenary session connecting Indian Ocean and Pacific security. As veterans of the IISS Shangri-La dialogue will know, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've tried to integrate into the Shangri-La dialogue a more important conversation about small island states, both in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. We don't, this year on the panel, have a representative, strictly speaking, from the Indian Ocean, but happily we do have a number of delegates here in the hall from the Indian Ocean. So when we come to question and answers, I shall give preferential access to the floor to those who are able to represent that other large ocean. And the IISS, having a long experience of looking at great power politics and the hard questions of nuclear deterrence and military weaponry, is also very determined to understand the very specific security concerns that island states have, that are not limited only to the iconic question of climate change, but to all sorts of other issues that I know our 3 panelists here will, in their own way, address. And I will ask them to address us in the order that they appear on your digital agenda. We're delighted to have first to speak in a moment Sutin Klunsang, the Minister of Defense of Thailand. Thailand for 20 years has been a consistent supporter of the IISS Shangri-La dialogue, and I thank you, Mr. Minister, for being with us for this whole weekend. I'm delighted also that we will have with us Judith Collins, King's Counsel, Minister of Defence of New Zealand, and as is often the case with New Zealand ministers carrying 4 or 5 other official portfolios as well. She's a member of the New Zealand Quad, the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, the Defence Minister, and the Minister for Trade and Industry, who are the 4 of them engaged in massive international travel to project New Zealand's interests around the world and to invite more people to take a return trip to New Zealand from time to time. So I'm delighted that she's with us today. And of course, Bill Blair, the Minister of National Defence of Canada, a country that identifies as a Pacific nation, both in the literal and figurative sense of the term. So we're delighted to have you with us as well. So with that prefatory remark, please could I invite Minister Sutin to take the floor. Thank you.
Sir John Shipman, the Executive Chairman of the International Institute for Strategic Studies, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, I'm much delighted to be a part of the Shangri-La dialogue this year. As I recognize that this has become the prominent strategic dialogue in the region. The participants have openly exchanged their perspectives and opinions, which will significantly contribute to fostering understanding and promoting security cooperation among us. I would like to express my gratitude and admiration towards the IISS and the Ministry of Defense of Singapore for continuously organizing the remarkably important forum. Especially, I am honored to have the opportunity to share my perspectives regarding connecting Indian Ocean and Pacific security. When referring to the Indian Ocean, I think of a vast maritime area stretching from the eastern coast of Africa to the Southeast Asia Peninsula, reaching the western coast of Australia. It is an area rich in natural resources, as well as the birthplaces of numerous monumental ancient civilizations of mankind. Moreover, it has been a vital maritime route since ancient times, continuing to be so today. More than 1/3 of global maritime trade and significantly, more than 2/3 of oil and natural gas shipments pass through the Indian Ocean. As Thailand is located on a peninsula in Southeast Asia, connecting to both the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. It has been a hub of prosperity and cultural amalgamation from the Eastern and Western civilizations. This region has historically been referred to as Suvarnabhumi, or the land of gold, characterized by its geopolitical connection and its role as a cultural crossroads bridging the world, as well as being historically important trading post, demonstrating that connectivity has been the key factor in fostering prosperity and wealth from the past to present. I do very much realize that every country has its own strategy to promote connectivity. While there may be variation in implementation and approaches, I believe that we all share the same goal of fostering trade and people-to-people interactions, which are fundamental factors for the shared prosperity of the region. Strategies and mechanisms of regional cooperation include initiatives such as Belt and Road Initiative, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, as well as collaboration within the APEC framework. In this regard, Thailand is pleased to promote cooperation with all countries through various mechanisms to enhance connectivity and mutual prosperity on both sides of the ocean. The increasing connectivity, on one hand, will present the opportunities for economic prosperity, societal benefits, and collective human security development. However, on the other hand, it also poses challenges to regional security, ranging from intensified geopolitical competition to the emerging trans-border security challenges, such as transnational crime, illegal migration, piracy, and environmental degradation issues. Therefore, enhancing cooperation among countries in the region is a vital mechanism to foster trust and confidence building, as well as to enhance collective efforts in addressing regional security challenges in order to ensure safe and seamless connectivity in all dimensions. In this regard, Thailand is pleased to act as a mediator and is ready to be a valuable collaborator with all parties in order to cultivate a friendly atmosphere in the region rather than conflicts or tensions. We also aim to promote and support the cooperative mechanisms in border management to respond to the borderless, non-traditional security threats. Furthermore, I reaffirm our support of regional multilateral cooperation, particularly through the ASEAN-led mechanisms, and aspire to promote genuine cooperation based on mutual trust, mutual respect, and mutual benefits, as well as openness, transparency, and inclusiveness from all parties. These principles are reflected in the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. I do also support coordination and collaboration between the ASEAN-led mechanisms with regional and sub-regional cooperation frameworks, such as Indian Ocean Rim Association, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral technical and economic cooperation, and Mekong cooperation framework, as well as other mechanisms in the Pacific region, including Pacific Island Forum, to strengthen relationships and to promote a more coordinated, integrated, and interconnected cooperative efforts. In order to promote connectivity, the safety of maritime domain is crucial. In this regard, to address maritime security challenges, Thailand firmly supports regional cooperation, particularly in enhancing maritime domain awareness through the promotion of maritime information sharing and collaboration, which not only focusing on military and traditional security aspects, but also on other dimensions such as maritime search and rescue, humanitarian assistance, and disaster relief. Climate change and maritime environmental issues, including illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, or IUU. Besides, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the Ministry of Defense of Singapore for the initiation and establishment of the Maritime Information Fusion Center, which carries on its duty effectively in collecting and sharing of maritime information that helps create a comprehensive regional maritime situation picture, as well as promptly facilitates coordinated responses to maritime threats. Thailand emphasizes regional maritime cooperation by actively participating in various key cooperative mechanisms such as the RECAP, the Strait of Malacca Sea and Air Patrols, the ASEAN Naval Chief Meeting, the ADMM Plus Expert Working Group on Maritime Security, the Western Pacific Naval Symposium, and Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, which the Royal Thai Navy has an opportunity to share the meeting during the year 2023 to 2025, highlighting the blue economy that would support effective and sustainable use of marine resources and efficient and beneficial shared maritime domains management. Additionally, the Ministry of Defense of Thailand is pleased to co-share with the U.S. Department of Defense the ADMM Plus Expert Working Group on Maritime Security between 21 to 2024. The key outcome is the initiative of the Maritime Security Roadmap 2040, which is the long-term cooperation framework that aims to promote continuity, consistency, and practical activities at all levels, including a work plan focusing on climate change and protection of the marine environment. And we look forward to supporting Republic of the Philippines and Japan to further develop practical cooperation under the roadmap. Distinguished delegates, when we talk about security challenges, it is not limited only to the military dimension. It also encompasses other dimensions, including human security, especially economic security, food security, and public health. These are fundamental factors in sustaining people's livelihoods. As for Thailand, the Royal Thai Armed Forces has been tasked not only in defending the country in the traditional sense, but also plays a crucial role in promoting and supporting national development by utilizing its capabilities and resources to promote economic development and the elevation of the people's living standard. These efforts are carried out on people-oriented and people-centered basis, aiming to strengthen the national resilience and move towards the goal of comprehensive security and sustainable development. Therefore, the Ministry of Defense must utilize the allocated budget to develop the armed forces to be modern, versatile, and capable of performing a variety of tasks. We also aim to review our force structure to be more compact, agile, and self-sufficient, being able to cope with the current security challenges of the 21st century, as well as in supporting other government agencies and private sectors to address vital national security issues, particularly transboundary security challenges and cyber security. This also includes assisting the people in times of distress and participating in national development to enhance the livelihood of the people. Distinguished guests, over the past decades, we have witnessed an increase in military expenditures across all regions, which has been perceived as a factor impacting global and regional security stability. However, I would argue that increasing military spending and modernization efforts are not solely the main causes of instability. Instead, in my belief, lack of continued communication and confidence building are the main factors, potentially leading to misunderstandings and miscalculations. Under the current circumstances of intense strategic competition, it is essential for us all to find commonalities, to work together, and play constructive role in collectively addressing global pressing security issues, as well as creating shared public goods and prosperity. Last and very importantly, to punctuate all that I have mentioned, the promotion of connectivity between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean presents opportunities for shared prosperity and sustainable development in the region. However, on the contrary, there are also rising challenges that we must consider and find more collaboration to address. Maintaining regional security and stability is not something that can be achieved easily and quickly. Therefore, I call upon all countries for our highest level of commitment on continual close cooperation and moving forward together constructively. These efforts to be based upon mutual trust, mutual respect, and mutual benefit, which would lead to the attainment of regional peace, security, stability, and shared prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and in particular for noting the importance of the Maritime Fusion Center. We might in discussion want to address the question of whether the information that is gathered in the Maritime Fusion Center can also help with policing issues like unregulated fishing and energy disputes in the area. So let's hold that for the Q&A. But with that, could I invite Judith Collins to take the floor and give New Zealand's perspective on this issue.
Well, good morning, everybody, and as we say in New Zealand, kia ora. Thank you to the International Institute of Strategic Studies for the invitation to speak on this panel today, and for your ongoing work organising the Shangri-La dialogue. And it's great to be here today alongside my Thai and Canadian colleagues to discuss security connections across the wider Indo-Pacific. I'm so proud to be New Zealand's Minister of Defence, a role that brings me here today. And among other roles, I am the Minister responsible for New Zealand's intelligence agencies, the Minister for Space, and the Minister for Science, Innovation and Technology. And over the past several months, it has reinforced to me the connections across these portfolios, particularly in terms of the need for responses to security challenges that integrate multiple tools of statecraft. Similarly, the security challenges we face today across the Indo-Pacific, while distinct in many ways, are also strongly connected. We may be a small state, relatively distant from the world geographically, but our people, culture, history, values, and interests connect us to our immediate Pacific region, to the wider Indo-Pacific, and to the world at large. We know that our security and prosperity is connected to broader regional and global security and prosperity. The New Zealand government is determined to bring increased energy to our international engagements and activities to support collective security efforts. And I am focused on ensuring that New Zealand is an active and constructive partner and that the New Zealand Defence Force has the right capabilities to operate effectively on the international stage. New Zealand maintains long-standing contributions to a number of multinational peacekeeping operations, notably in the Middle East and on the Korean Peninsula. And on the latter, I'm pleased to report that our new P-8A Poseidon aircraft has just completed its first mission, contributing to monitoring evasion of United Nations sanctions by North Korea. This is a continuation of our participation in this program since 2018 in opposition to North Korea's illegal nuclear and ballistic missile programs, which constitute a serious threat to stability in the Indo-Pacific. And we have responded alongside others to security developments that threaten our shared interests. In addition to supporting Ukraine to defend itself against Russia's illegal invasion, we have contributed personnel to the multinational operations protecting maritime trade against Houthi attacks in the Red Sea. At the same time, we have continued a regular program of engagements, exercises and operations in Asia, and with particular focus on supporting maritime security. For example, HMNZS Aotearoa will take advantage of the journey back from the upcoming Rim of the Pacific exercise to undertake a program of activities in Asia. While these operations address distinct security issues, I see connections between them. The South Pacific is and always will be a focus for New Zealand. New Zealand is a Pacific nation, and our security is directly connected to that of our Pacific partners and of the region as a whole. New Zealand works with our Pacific partners and partners from outside the region to protect and promote Pacific security interests. And at the centre of that region and at the heart of the region's setting of the security agenda is the Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meeting. As for many other global regions, the Pacific has its own character and distinctiveness, its own history and cultures, and its own security challenges and opportunities. And through the Pacific Island Forum Leaders' Bowie Declaration, Pacific Island countries identified climate change as the region's primary security challenge. Pacific countries are not responsible for the causes of climate change, but are acutely facing its effects, which are placing greater demands on countries' resilience and security capabilities. Global action to address climate change is crucial for the Pacific and is also the case for vulnerable states elsewhere in the Indo-Pacific region. Similarly, the Pacific is now increasingly important as a theatre for strategic competition. And this raises the prospect of actors that do not share Pacific interests and values acting in ways that undermine regional security. Rather than seeing themselves as isolated small island states, Pacific countries are increasingly presenting themselves as large ocean states, connected by the blue Pacific continent. Using this frame, the importance of maritime security for the Pacific is clear. We are seeing increasing threats to Pacific fisheries, particularly from illegal, unregulated and unreported fishing, alongside increasing instances of transnational organised crime. And perhaps most acutely in the South China Sea, we are seeing conflicting states' ambitions resulting in challenges to maritime sovereignty. These maritime security challenges lead to an erosion of international maritime rules and norms that would have significant implications for states across the Indo-Pacific, including in New Zealand's own Pacific region. So how we respond to these security challenges will affect us all. I see two connected forms of response. First is security cooperation on particular issues between groups of states that share interests. The second is to support for the international rules-based system. New Zealand has long participated in various collective security arrangements that have varying degrees of formality. We see such arrangements as key mechanisms for states to prosecute their shared interests in ways that can be complementary and mutually reinforcing, and can strengthen regional and global security as a whole. Here in Southeast Asia, ASEAN provides a central venue for regional states and partners to discuss shared security challenges and a set of mechanisms for cooperation on distinct issues. For New Zealand, we particularly see value in the ADMM Plus and its expert working groups. But we also recognise that building individual relationships with key partners in Southeast Asia is more critical than ever. Whether it is recognising the ongoing importance of the five-power defence arrangements that include Singapore and Malaysia, or through investigating new arrangements that support defence policy, dialogues and exercises, New Zealand can make a meaningful contribution. With Australia, Japan and Korea, we are now engaging more closely with NATO. Not because NATO seeks a role in the Indo-Pacific, as indeed the NATO partners have made very clear, but to discuss and cooperate on security issues that affect our shared interests. New Zealand also welcomes AUKUS as an initiative to enhance regional security and stability. Pillar 2 involves cooperation between some of our closest security partners on advanced non-nuclear technologies, including areas in which we already work closely together with our only ally, Australia, the US and the UK. New Zealand is investigating opportunities for our potential involvement in AUKUS Pillar 2, but any decisions about participation would be a matter for our government's cabinet and for the existing partners in due course. Our commitment to cooperation on particular issues where we have shared interests is also why New Zealand is pleased to endorse the Statement of Principles to strengthen the region's defence industrial base. And of course, we are working with a range of countries to respond to emerging security issues, as we are doing in relation to Ukraine and the Red Sea. Outside of a strictly security lane, we are also continuing to work with a range of countries on international agreements that will have security benefits. And here I would use as an example the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. New Zealand also sees value in and supports multinational security arrangements in which we are not directly involved. The Indo-Pacific Quad, involving India, Japan, Australia and the United States, is a good example of states working together to support security in ways that align with New Zealand's own interests and values. While this won't be a particularly novel suggestion, I consider that these types of international arrangements are a key way for states to cooperate to support their shared security interests, both for the benefits of these arrangements directly provide, but also because, as a collective, these arrangements provide networks of cooperation that can connect states and regions as a whole to each other. Extending and expanding multinational security cooperation arrangements takes us naturally to the system of international rules and norms that benefits us all. This is the international rules-based system based in and around the United Nations and its principles. Ultimately, all states benefit from strong international rules and norms, and all states must ensure they are acting in ways that support those rules and norms. For the Indo-Pacific, and using maritime security as an example, we can see how the international rules-based system provides mechanisms for addressing and connecting security across the wider region. Ultimately, security of maritime trade through the Red Sea, preventing weapons proliferation counter to United Nations direction, freedom of navigation in key Indo-Pacific regions, including the South China Sea, and in New Zealand's immediate region, as well as management of Pacific fisheries, all rely on a strong international rules-based system. I won't be alone in recognising that today we all face an increasingly challenging strategic environment, and particularly here in the Indo-Pacific. In New Zealand, we recognise that our security and prosperity is connected to and dependent on wider regional and global security and prosperity. We will be increasing the energy we bring to our international security partnerships to support our strong interests in wider regional security and the strength of the international rules-based system. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for drawing together so elegantly the very distinct threads of your assessment of the security in the region, and I think we should remind ourselves of that strategic personality of the small island states as large ocean states as we carry the conversation forward. And I hope we'll have a chance to discuss whether the Pacific Island Forum is content with the type of relationships it directly has with the COP process and how they're working towards COP29. So we wouldn't want to lose that important point. With that, could I invite the Defense Minister of Canada to address this plenary? Thank you very much, Bill.
Thank you very much, Sir John. Distinguished delegates, my panel members, good morning. Bonjour tout le monde. It is a great pleasure and an honor to be here at the 21st Shangri-La Dialogue as Canada's Minister of National Defence. This is my first trip to the Shangri-La Dialogue, but I have been extraordinarily impressed by this gathering and its importance of collaboration. It's an emphasis on the importance of collaboration and communication as we all work together to uphold peace and security in the two oceans that connect this vast and vital region. I want to take the opportunity as well to thank the IISS and Singapore for hosting this important dialogue. It has actually, for me personally, changed perceptions in a very material and important way, and I'm very grateful for the experience. As Sir John indicated, I am very pleased to be able to say that Canada is a proud Pacific nation. My country has a Pacific coastline stretching some 25,000 kilometers, and as a Pacific nation, Canada's future and prosperity is deeply tied to the stability and security of the entire Indo-Pacific region. It is the fastest growing region by economy and by population, and it is Canada's second largest regional export market and trading partner. The ties between our peoples are strong. Nearly 1/5 of all Canadians have family origins that began here in the Indo-Pacific. And Canada's role as a Pacific nation is part of who we are as a country. For that reason, a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific is vital to our nation's future as well. We recognized a few years ago that we needed to be more present in this part of the world. It's one of the reasons we released Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy back in 2022. That strategy is investing some $2.5 billion to increase our presence in the region, including over $500 million to increase our security and defense ties. This investment allows us to increase our naval presence from 2 to 3 frigates deployed each year. It has enabled us to increase our participation in joint exercises, in a new military capacity building program, and we are being enabled to engage with regional partners in order to bolster cyber capabilities, to address issues of disaster risk reduction, emergency relief, and humanitarian assistance. Our partners and allies have told us that they need to see a more reliable and consistent partner. I want to assure you all that Canada is making the necessary investments, not only to be more present here, but to be an engaged and contributing partner to all of the very important initiatives that we have spoken about throughout this dialogue. Our presence here in the Indo-Pacific runs deep. We have benefited tremendously from long-standing engagements with the military in the region, and these relationships, as I have come to learn, are the strength of our ties. Since the Korean War, our military has maintained a continuous presence in the United Nations Command in South Korea. where today a very proud Canadian, Lieutenant General Derek McCauley, serves as its deputy commander. And through Operation Neon, we deploy aircraft and ships to monitor UN Security Council sanctions evasion by North Korea, and we are present in the region today. For decades, we've been sharing expertise with our regional partners, particularly in Southeast Asia through our military training and cooperation program. And we want to do even more with partners in the region. Today, for example, I'm very pleased to confirm that Canada will join the new initiative on defense industrial base resilience in the Indo-Pacific that was announced earlier in this conference by Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to commend Secretary Austin for his extraordinary leadership in every theater of the world. This initiative is going to strengthen our collective security, and it's going to ensure that Canada, the United States, and all of our partners can harness innovation and reduce barriers to cooperation. It's going to help us build a more secure Indo-Pacific region and support our domestic defense industries. Now, if I may return to the theme of this panel, Canada is a trading nation, and our economy relies on a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. That's why, through our Indo-Pacific strategy, we are increasing our naval deployments in the region. We've long deployed warships from our west coast to the region, but most recently, through our Indo-Pacific strategy, we have announced that we are also beginning to deploy our ships from the Atlantic Ocean, through the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and the Indian Ocean. And as these warships sail through the Indian Ocean on their way to the Pacific, and as a matter of fact, Her Majesty's Canadian ship Montreal is currently making that passage. And at this moment, that ship and its crew are conducting a port visit at Port Klang in Malaysia, just up the coast. And in the coming days, that ship, with its Canadian sailors, will transit through the Strait of Malacca and onward towards the Pacific. The reason we deploy these ships is to support the rules-based international order in the region, because we believe that all of our ships must be able to travel freely, and in trade routes in both the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean must always be free and open for all to sail, according to our international rules. We must keep these two great oceans secure and connected by respecting the rules that govern conduct between nations. And Montreal is not the first, it is the first, but only the first of three, Canadian frigates that will be in the region. And today I'm also pleased to announce that this week, the Canadian ship Vancouver will be departing from our Pacific coast to train later this month along the naval forces of 28 other countries through RIMPAC. We'll be deploying a supply ship Asterix, our new Arctic and offshore patrol vessels, Max Bernays, and sending nearly 300 Canadian Armed Forces members into the region. And following these military exercises in Hawaii, Vancouver will then sail westward to perform its duties in the Indo-Pacific. I'm very proud to also share with you that Royal Canadian Navy Commodore Christian Monahan will be commanding RIMPAC's entire maritime component this year, and I hope that for us that is a testament to Canada's commitment to leadership as we engage with all of our partners in the Indo-Pacific. In short, our Indo-Pacific strategy is intended to deliver results. We're conducting more port visits in your countries. We're participating more in multinational training exercises with your militaries. We're also expanding our military capacity and building upon efforts, offering training programs that improve interoperability. And I think perhaps most importantly, given the very understandable concerns that the region has expressed with respect to climate change and climate-related emergencies and disasters, we believe there's great opportunity to continue to invest in humanitarian assistance, disaster risk reduction, and emergency response. Now, nearly 2 months ago, our Prime Minister and I launched Canada's new defense policy, in which we've entitled it Our North, Strong and Free. This policy takes note of some very significant geopolitical shifts that we are all facing, including the fact that our Arctic is becoming far more accessible as a result of climate change. And we anticipate that perhaps by 2050, the fastest shipping route between Europe and Asia will be through our Arctic. It takes note in our document of Russia's illegal and unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine. I want to take this opportunity as well to assure both President Zelenskyy and Defense Minister Umerov that Canada will always stand with Ukraine until its victory. Our commitment to Ukraine is unwavering and unyielding, and that is why our Prime Minister will also reiterate that position at the upcoming Ukraine Peace Summit taking place in Switzerland on June 14th. But in addition to the Euro-Atlantic, our defense policy identifies the Indo-Pacific as one of the 2 priority regions for military presence for the very first time. Our presence in the region is critical. That's why our policy is going to be investing over $10 billion to sustain our naval fleets so that we can continue to deploy our ships into the region on a regular basis and be that reliable and dependable partner that our allies and friends have asked for. This policy is very clear about the challenges we are facing. We know, for example, that some countries have been pursuing their own interests through behaviors that challenge existing laws and norms. And we believe that these actions contribute to rising instability and increased risk of miscalculation and error. It therefore falls to each of our countries to work together, to uphold the global rules that have delivered peace and prosperity for billions of people in this region and around the world. And we stand ready to engage with China, for example, and with all of our partners throughout the Indo-Pacific to ensure a secure and stable region. I think the most important element of that engagement is strong communication between our defense institutions, and it is vital that, and to that end, I had the opportunity through this dialogue to engage with China's Defense Minister, Admiral Dong Jun. This was an important and welcome step. It has been over 11 years since Canada's Minister of National Defense sat at a table and had a discussion with their Chinese counterpart. It was long overdue. I can share with you some of the things that I expressed to the minister. I expressed our concern about China's recent military exercises around Taiwan and the potential provocation that could result in. I also expressed concern about the growing economic support that China is supplying to Russia, and that is a concern to Canada and all of our allies who stand united with Ukraine in its defense of the illegal invasion of its sovereign territory. I shared with him that we expect all countries in this region to behave responsibly and to respect the international rules that keep us safe. It was a frank discussion, but it was an important discussion. And we also found common ground, an interest in ensuring that together we work on disaster risk reduction, an appropriate response to emergencies throughout the region and around the world. I'm very hopeful that that dialogue will continue. Let me conclude by reiterating that Canada is very eager to increase its cooperation with regional partners in both of the great oceans that we are here to discuss this morning. We know that we've got work to do to earn our place at that table. I want to assure you all, we are prepared to do that work. We welcome opportunities to strengthen our defense relationship with each of your countries. We are committed to increasing our presence and our engagement so that you will not only see more of us, but we will build stronger relationships together. Our ties to the Indo-Pacific, as I've said, have run deep, and those ties are only growing to deliver a secure, prosperous future for all of our peoples. Let us work together to ensure a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific where rules and norms prevail. I look forward to continuing in this dialogue with all of you, and I want to once again thank the IISS for convening this important conversation. Thank you. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. Thank you very much. My goodness, it is quite something to hear that it's been 11 years since the Canadian Defense Minister had a face-to-face meeting with the Chinese Defense Minister, but we are proud that we provided that opportunity today. You ended your remarks, as did Judith Collins, by noting that there are threats to this region, and perhaps during the conversation we're about to have, we can be a bit more specific about issues like unregulated fishing, cyber, threats to undersea infrastructure, perhaps even the occasional interference in the internal affairs of some of the small island states, but large ocean states that are resident here. So with that, I'm going to turn to our participants and maybe have 6 or 7 interventions and then come back to the panel for your thoughts. And there might be some questions that are specific to a few of the countries here. I'll go first to Aaron Connolly, please.
Thank you, Sir John. Minister Sutin, I wanted to ask you about the conflict in Myanmar and specifically the number of scam centers that have grown up in the border areas with Thailand in Myanmar, some of which are connected to the Thai electricity grid or data networks. And of course, Thais are also victims of these scam networks, as are many other citizens of the countries of this region. Could you help us understand more about your efforts to combat these scam centers through the Royal Thai Army's diplomacy with non-state armed groups in Myanmar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Malaysia, Benedict Wirsana.
Good morning and sawadee krap. I have two questions here, Minister Sutin. First of all, as a non-claimant state of the South China Sea, how does Thailand see its role, whether through the ASEAN mechanism or the ADMM+, or even other mechanisms on the territorial disputes that is happening now in the South China Sea? So what is Thailand's role as a non-claimant state? And I have a second question for Minister Collins. I really echo your support for the international rules-based system, but yesterday, the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia did actually bring out that there are imperfections with this rules-based system. From New Zealand's perspective, do you think that reforms can be done to promote a more just and equitable international order, especially as we evolve from a unipolar towards a multipolar world? If yes, what are these reforms? Thank you.
From the UK, Nicholas Childs.
Thank you, John. I have a question on AUKUS for Ministers Collins and Blair. Minister Collins, you referenced AUKUS and the possible participation or cooperation with AUKUS partners in the context of Pillar 2. I was wondering, although these are tentative discussions, whether you have any particular areas of interest as far as technology cooperation are concerned, and what you think New Zealand might bring to the AUKUS partnership. And likewise to Minister Blair, the extent to which you have been considering and discussing possible AUKUS collaboration, and how, for both of you, AUKUS fits into the priorities you've expressed as far as collaboration and connecting the Indian Ocean and Pacific security issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't think it important to note that 40% of the Five Eyes are represented here on this panel, but it's also the two Five Eyes that aren't part of AUKUS. So I'm very grateful for that question. From Cambodia, Mangut Kee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this question is for the New Zealand minister. And I think it is clear that climate change is the primary challenges to the Pacific Island. However, building climate change adaptability and resilience require tremendous resources. And recently, there has been some cases where China tried to provide and engage with those countries the resource that they need. So how does New Zealand government view in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you. And from the US, Morgan Michaels.
Thank you, Sir John. My question is for Minister Sutin. The conflict in Myanmar is the most severe humanitarian crisis in the region, and as Myanmar's immediate neighbor, Thailand, has borne significant costs. In addition to the armed violence, the military's recent conscription law has driven hundreds of thousands of Myanmar civilians to seek shelter or work opportunities in Thailand. Estimates range, but there could be more than 4 million Myanmar people in total living in Thailand. So my question is, how does Thailand plan to manage the increasing flows of people from Myanmar into its territory? Thank you.
And from Australia, Stephen Forshaw.
Thank you, Sir John. I have a question for all three of the ministers, if I may. All of your countries have quite an interesting space industry and capability, and I'm interested to understand how you see that industry playing a role in your Indian and Pacific Ocean strategy, given the huge area of water and the islands in those territories. Do you see that space will provide an opportunity to integrate your security strategy with your industry base at home?
And finally, in this round, before I come back to the panel, I hope to get another round in from Thailand, Suachani.
All right, thank you. My question is to Minister Sutin. Thank you for your speech outlining Thailand's achievement and commitment to regional and international security. While some security issues are shared across the region, some can be quite country-specific. So my question to you is, how has Thailand been managing its own security issues, particularly the overlapping claim area dispute with Cambodia, which have been in stalemate for the past 20 years or so. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So with that, I think I'll have the panel answer the questions that were addressed specifically to them in this same order that they originally spoke. And you got one or two more questions than the others. So if you could begin, sir, please, and then we'll go to Judith and Bill. Thank you.
Thank you for all the questions. I would like to answer the question on Myanmar situation. As you might be well aware that as an immediate neighbor with a shared border over 2,400 kilometers, therefore, peace in Myanmar greatly affects peace and stability in Thailand, especially between the people along the border. Whatever happened in Myanmar also most affected on the peace along the border. Therefore, Thailand closely monitor on the situation in Myanmar. We consider this is our responsibility. What we have done, we do adhere on the 5-point consensus of ASEAN, which is an essential drivers to address the situation in Myanmar. But what we need to be aware of is to involve in their internal affairs. This is what we concern. It is their internal affairs, but it is our responsibility is to assist and provide humanitarian assistance. There is several numbers of Myanmar persons fleeing unrest are crossing into Thailand. And we have provided humanitarian assistance and also allow them to stay in humanitarian areas along the border and provided basic needs, including medical treatment for these people. And when they are ready, they will go back to their countries. There is a very large number of people fleeing unrest situation for almost 50,000 Myanmar people crossing the border of Thailand. We never push them back to the danger. We have estimated and provide humanitarian assistance with the very good cooperation from many countries. But there are a lot of factors, as you have mentioned, on the scam across the border and illegal migration that is caused some problems to the authority to handle. And more importantly, the problems affect from the communication, which Thailand, we have tried our best to resolve the situation on the scam along the border. The Royal Thai Armed Forces has the mechanism to closely monitor, and it is quite effective cooperation with Myanmar in solving this problem. But we still need time to solve this problem and use strong legal structure. Next is the problem on Southeast Asia. South China Sea issue. Thailand's position has been consistent. As a non-claimant state, but as a user state, we fully aware of the freedom of navigation and overflight. We do aware of the tension in South China Sea. but we have a consistent position that we urge all parties concerned to use maximum restraint and avoid provocation. And we also encourage the code of conduct in South China Sea. And we will continue to support every step of implementation of the code of conduct. We do hope that all parties concerned should aware of our concern on the issue in South China Sea and should return to implement and aware of the code of conduct. This will lead to the sustainable solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so there's several questions there, and I will do my best to amalgamate them. The first question was around the rules-based order and basically, do they need updating? Well, it'd be really nice if people just sometimes stuck to the rules. That would be good, rather than worrying about updating them. I really do feel that, we're part of a small advanced economy. We're part of the multilateral approach to rules and the way in which we conduct ourselves and our areas, our territories, our economic zones. And I do believe that they are today the best that we have. And unless there's some particular reason that we should change them, that we should leave them as they are until we have something better. But the main thing is, if you've got the rules, follow them. You've asked there's a question about AUKUS and what could we bring. Well, it's Pillar 2, so it's the technology side. We have a significant technology sector and advanced aviation as well as space. In fact, recently when I was in the UK, I came across some of our New Zealand businesses, technology businesses, working very closely with the Ministry of Defence. So clearly somebody thinks there's something that we could add. And I think they're doing very well with their advanced technology. So we do have a history of using technology to become an agricultural and horticultural giant. I'm sure we can use technology to become a really good contributor in security as well. When you ask about the question about climate change for the Pacific, and the question was something around that China's been trying to assist and what else could be done. I think one of the best things that all nations could do in the Pacific, for the Pacific, is to treat the Pacific nations as peers. Pacific nations are not playthings for larger countries, including New Zealand. It's really important that we understand that every person in the Pacific, like everyone here in Southeast Asia and Singapore, has the right to self-determination and need to be treated with respect. So one of the best things that any nation could do when they're wanting to help the Pacific with their climate change issues, which of course are not their fault at all, is to ask them what would be helpful to them, and therefore also whether or not they can afford it, and if not, what is the deal, and being upfront about it. There's no point having Pacific nations deeply in debt and with no way of repaying it. That is simply not respectful. That is actually not helpful to the Pacific. So issues around, obviously, resilience in terms of education, in terms of climate, but the other way that many nations could help the Pacific is to be respectful of their fishing rights. And as we hear always with the Pacific, the number one issue that comes up in defence in the Pacific is around illegal, unregulated fishing. And these Pacific nations, they often require assistance with monitoring that fishing, illegal fishing, and taking some action. And that's something where New Zealand can help out, and we do. And part of that is using satellite technology, also naval and other ships, but also it's about actually asking them what it is they need, treating them with respect, and understanding that might is not right. The other issue was around space. So yes, well, New Zealand does have a space industry. Thank you very much for noting it. I thought that was an Australian accent too, asking it. Excellent. Last year we had the 4th most successful launches in the world after the US, China and Russia. And our industry at the moment is entirely commercial. Our industry is also wishing to grow further in the advanced aviation space, and that is where we're moving to, as well as the vertical liftoffs. So yes, we do have something to add. We do have abilities, being at that part of the world with no close neighbours, no neighbours to check with, nobody worrying about what we're doing, and we just get on with it. So I am very proud of our space industry and very proud to be its minister.
Thank you very much. Might I just press you on one other thing? You mentioned the Maritime Fusion Center, and just now in your response you said something about the importance of understanding what is going on the surface of the sea with unregulated fishing and other activities. Do we know what's going on underneath the sea?
I think some of us do.
And what are the problems there?
Well, I don't know that I can say, but I certainly probably do with other roles. I mean, all joking aside, we know that there's things going on. So there's obviously certain amounts of deep sea mining and other issues there. Those are for countries to take their own views on. But to be very frank, we have to make sure that Pacific nations are not going to be pillaged, basically, of their resources by countries who can do so without the Pacific nations being able to do much about it.
Thank you.
So in other words, just treat them with respect.
Thank you very much. Bill.
Yeah. Thank you, Sir John. Just with respect to the questions asked, first of all, if I may deal quickly with AUKUS. When the AUKUS members, and we have a very close, both Juice and I share a very close relationship with our Five Eyes partners. It's been a long-standing and important collaboration, but they were exchanging information on nuclear submarines and technology required to drive them. Neither New Zealand nor Canada were in the business of looking for nuclear submarines. I'm actually in the process right now, Sir John, I have to replace my submarine fleet. It's an aging Victoria-class submarine fleet, and I've got to go out and acquire 8 to 12 new submarines. But I'm looking at the conventional model. But we also, with respect to AUKUS, I've had a number of really useful conversations with our allies, and they're developing a framework. The AUKUS members are developing a framework so that on a case-by-case, project-by-project basis, they're quite willing to engage with others on the technology aspects. We've had a number of discussions. I think Canada has a great deal to contribute to that second pillar in areas around artificial intelligence, quantum physics, sensors, and other deep technologies. We believe that we're well on a path towards developing that arrangement so that we can contribute, and we think it will be also beneficial to us. Not that I believe we have something strong to contribute, but we also have something strong to gain from that, because we all have a responsibility to be able to work together. And in particular, you talked about, do we know what's going on under the sea, underwater surveillance in all regions of the world, certainly in the Pacific, which for us will be a significant priority. It's going to be important that we be able to work closely and collaboratively and to be able to exchange data and other information with our closest allies. And so I'm very confident that as our allies develop that framework for cooperation on the second pillar, Canada will be part of that. And with respect to the question around space, I think traditionally all of our militaries have looked at the 3 theaters of potential conflict, in maritime, air, and on land. But there are 2 other very significant emerging theaters of potential conflict for us, and one is in cyber. And I think that we haven't talked very much about that today, but it remains a very significant threat. Cyber attacks on all of our systems, attacks on our important institutions and critical infrastructure are a significant challenge to everyone in the region, and that is being seen more and more often as a real theater of conflict. And the second one is in space, and we have become very reliant, all of us, on space-based technologies. And the potential for conflict in that theater is also very high. And to that end, in my most recently defense policy update, I brought forward significant new investments. We're going to establish a space council. We are investing in our space industries. We work very closely. I'm very fortunate as being a member of the NORAD alliance with the United States. We're investing in, for example, over the horizon radars and over the polar radar systems to increase on domain awareness. But we recognize that we're going to have to be strong in space and in every place where our interests could be threatened.
Thank you very much. And Minister of Defense of Thailand wanted one more thought to add.
กับผมตอบคำถามเพิ่มเติมอยู่
As on Myanmar situation and situation with Cambodia, as on Myanmar, as you have asked, how can we help resolving the issues of a large number of Myanmar persons fleeing unrest? There's a mechanism that we have with Myanmar authority. We have the General Border Committee, not only responsible on border issue and help each other fixing problem, including the scam. The General Border Committee meeting is also provide safe area, humanitarian areas along the border. We should allow them to stay on outside as needed. If it is necessary, we will try to provide more and more shelter for the large number of people that might come across on the basis of humanitarian. As on the situation with Cambodia, on the issue of overlapping, we have been successful, and I would like this to set an example. We also have the General Border Committee. This committee have openly discussed between each other, and we have a policy that we will change the area of awareness to become the area of peaceful coexistence, and we will help each other in demining, which is still the problem in the areas along the border, as well as promoting economic prosperity for the benefit of the people. There might be some emerging problems happen. The specific committee will be established to closely working together for peaceful resolution. This is quite a pleasant atmosphere and pleasant communication between Cambodia and Thailand.
Perhaps for quick notes, we're going to close at 11 o'clock exactly. We've got clocks up here. You've got watches. So let's see if we can do that. Jonathan Miller, first to Canada.
Thank you, Sir John. My question is for Minister Blair. Minister, you spoke about Canada's support for the rules-based order and our initiatives under our new Indo-Pacific strategy, and you also commented on your bilateral meeting with your Chinese counterpart and some of the positive outcomes of constructive dialogue. Yet the panel just before this, the Chinese Minister of Defense was vociferous in his criticism of Western support for the democratically elected government in Taiwan. Can you comment on Canada's view, how Canada views its partnership with Taiwan, and elaborate a little bit more about concerns about the Taiwan Strait situation? Thank you.
And from India, Darshana Baua.
Thank you, Dr. Chipman. Two questions. First to Minister from Thailand. I'll keep it brief. I wanted to ask you about your views on if there's any serious consideration from the Thai government about developing the Kra Canal, which could significantly reduce travel time between Indian Ocean and African countries to Southeast Asia and beyond. You're one of the few countries with a coastline both on the Indian Ocean and South Pacific in how you leverage the geography. My second question is to Minister from New Zealand. I had a different question for you, but you mentioned deep sea mining. I think Pacific is going to be a key theater for this. The IISS missed its deadline in deciding on the regulations and governance for it, and Pacific Islands are pretty divided on how to move forward on it. Could you share your views on commercial extraction of minerals from the seabed and its implications on geopolitics and security? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Virat Solanki.
Thank you, Sir John. My question is for Ministers Collins and Blair. We heard a lot about your Pacific Ocean strategy, but I'd be grateful to hear more about Canada and New Zealand's focus on the Indian Ocean. How much of a priority is the Indian Ocean for both of your countries, including relations with India? And could Canada and New Zealand seek to play a greater role in the sub-regional frameworks that Minister Sutin mentioned, such as the Indian Ocean Rim Association and Indian Ocean Naval Symposium? Thank you.
And from Indonesia, Andreas Aditya, Salim.
Excellencies, thank you for the opportunity. First of all, highly appreciate this panel because of its tremendous attention to the ocean and maritime. As an Indonesian, I feel really connected to it. My question is for Minister Collins and Minister Blair. What is your strategic view on Antarctica and Arctic with the current global dynamics? Will there be spillovers to the polar regions? What are the strategies to prevent or to deal with that? Or Antarctica and Arctic are not relevant at all? Thank you.
And final question, Namumu Paul from Myanmar.
Hello. My question is from Ministers of Defense from Thailand. I understand you have answered a lot of answer many questions related to Myanmar border issue, and I also understand that our Myanmar, given that situation in Myanmar, places a significant burden on not only on the government of Thailand but also the citizens of Thailand as well. So I would like to ask. And my question is, additionally, considering that some area are controlling by the other ethnic groups in there, how they can collaborate with the Thailand to support people in the safe place during a crisis? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Minister of Defense of Thailand, if you could take 1.5 minutes for that specific question, and you each get about to close at 11, sir.
ครับเรื่องขอข้อกราบก่อนเราได้
As issue of Grand Canal that you have asked the question, Grand Canal might have quite a major affected. Therefore, we have a new project, the land bridge project, which we are currently conducting on feasibility study and planning of the land bridge project. As on the minority situation of Myanmar, we consider this as internal affairs, but we do aware that the situation might be prolonged due to the complex of situation, but we have a very positive prospect that there might be a negotiation for peaceful dialogue. There is a proposal to have the general election. We do hope and we pray the general election proposal will be the best solution and will de-escalate the tension. It is my fervent hope.
So deep sea mining. I'm just going to say basically is that so much conflict is about resources. So the potential for conflict in areas where there are enormous mineral wealth that is coming out of the seabed, particularly in the nodules around volcanoes, does actually create an issue, which, as I say before, basically, if we consider the Pacific, it's full of large ocean countries. And it is very important from my point of view that any wealth coming from that sort of activity needs to make its way to the countries who actually, in whose economic zone it is. So I think that would be very important if there were to be any more of it. The Indian Ocean, obviously very relevant. It's, and India in particular, we're trying to, and seeking to renew and to grow and enhance our relationship with India. I mean, India is the world's largest democracy, incredibly vibrant and interesting part of the world, also geopolitically very interesting with its placement in the world. And I think we have plenty that we share with India, including rule of law, including Westminster system, and I think, you know, we've got a lot that we want to do with India. Antarctica, can I just say, you know, some of the activity that's being talked about is going on might be some concern to us. New Zealand's been a long time player in Antarctica. We have very good scientific work going on there at Scott Base. It is very important to us that Antarctica does not become an area of mineral and wealth grab, that it is actually the Antarctic space that we've always known it to be. And we're very, very aware that some countries might be thinking about getting more active and not in necessarily just a scientific way.
Thank you, Bill.
And John, first of all, the conversation I had with Minister Dongjun, I tried to make it very clear that Canada embraced the One China policy, but our strong interest was stability and peace in the region. We talked about some of the passages that Canada has made through the Taiwan Strait, and our intent, made it clear, was defending the principle of freedom of navigation in international seas, and I also expressed concern that China's action in the immediate aftermath of Taiwan's democratic elections were, in my opinion, unnecessarily provocative. Now, please be assured that Minister Dongjun's reply to me was as frank as it was this morning. As well, one of the things I can also share with you is that the Arctic is actually, our Arctic is melting at 4 times the global rate, and therefore is becoming far more accessible. What we've also seen is the aggressive and assertive actions of certain adversarial nations that are challenging our sovereignty in the region, and it is one of the things that strongly motivates us to increase our presence there, our strength, in order to deter those types of actions. And finally, let me also reiterate, India is very important to Canada. It's very important to the world. And we are actively working to engage more appropriately with the Modi government. There have been some challenges for Canada in the most recent past, but we believe that the appropriate resolution of that is through dialogue and through proper engagement. It's a very important trading partner to us. It's an important emerging economy. And we believe that it's a non-aligned nation, and we have to appeal to its interests.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, I think we've had an absolutely wonderful panel, and the IISS is committed to doing more work on all the subjects that have been addressed here. Please thank my panel, and return at 11:30 exactly.
Ministers, dear delegates of the 21st IISS Shangri-La Dialogue, let me welcome you to the 7th plenary session. Since Friday, we have been engaged in defense diplomatic exchanges, and we will now turn to the issue of reimagining solutions for global peace and regional stability. We will begin with regional stability, and it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage two defense ministers from Malaysia, Minister Mohammed Khalid bin Nordin, and of course from our host nation, Dr. Ong, the Defense Minister of Singapore. They will speak and offer their thoughts on how mechanisms and models for cooperative security in the Asia-Pacific could be developed and serve the purpose of regional stability. After their speeches, we will take questions and the ministers will offer their answers to these questions, and then we will then at a certain point welcome President Volodymyr Zelenskyy of Ukraine to the stage, who will speak on global peace. The President will then, after his speech, take a number of questions, and following that we will conclude the IISS Shangri-La Dialogue 2024. So that is the sequence for this 7th plenary, and may I now invite the Minister from Malaysia to take the floor and this podium. Minister, over to you. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be invited to this prestigious 21st edition of the Shangri-La Dialogue. It is a privilege to share the stage with my counterpart, Dr. Ng. And thank you, IISS, for inviting me to this premier global dialogue. Many speakers emphasize on the need for dialogue. We are totally agreeable because through constant dialogue, we hope that binary views and zero-sum thinking will be mitigated to ensure peace and stability. Accordingly, to nurture a norm of listening to others rather than living in a bubble and seeing things in black and white. Ladies and gentlemen, reimagining solutions for regional stability, as I've been asked to elaborate, requires careful thought because remedies are not without perils. Being at the last plenary of the event, I try not to be repetitive. All esteemed speakers have tremendously debated our current regional and geopolitical climate. To craft solution is to grasp the predicament, and today's predicaments are persistently unpredictable. The uncertainties were caused by COVID-19, the Russia-Ukraine war, and Gaza atrocities. You name it, because the list will keep going. As President Zelenskyy will be with us here later, I wish to express Malaysia's hope that the conflict will not further escalate and that peace will prevail in that region. Similarly, we must equally recognize the importance of working towards peace in Palestine. This conflict has challenged our very conscience as human beings and tested our courage to confront and condemn acts of genocide. Allow me to reiterate Malaysia's view and position on the matter. As a country that has been pushing for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, we certainly welcome and support any proposal that will help achieve the immediate and permanent ceasefire. We note the recently announced three-stage proposal by President Biden. We believe that the Palestinians must be given the full right to self-determination and dignity, the right to national independence and sovereignty, and the right to freedom of movement. In this regard, I applaud the commitment expressed by Bapak Prabowo in his special address yesterday that the active and effective pursuit of a lasting solution must be supported by the whole international community. I wish to also echo the view taken by the Australian Deputy Prime Minister during the third plenary session that Israel must comply with the binding orders of the International Court of Justice. In line with the obligation under the Genocide Convention, Israel must immediately halt its military offensive and any other action in Rafah. Ladies and gentlemen, let me continue on the challenges towards regional security. In the context of emerging technology, threats are more dynamic on its weaponization ability. The systematic usage of unmanned aerial vehicles has been abused to further devastate the war. Meanwhile, cybersecurity incidents take a 600% increase in cybercrime since the beginning of the pandemic and recorded a 350% increase of ransomware attacks around the world. The next alarming trends are global warming and rising sea levels. It threatens our overall security in the long run by depleting our resources and disastrous natural catastrophe. Near our homes, the tension in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Straits potentially trigger armed conflicts. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at the multitude of hurdles, how can we avert the obstacles for long-term stability? Allow me to reimagine the solution for a better future. It involves constructive, comprehensive, and complementary outlooks. The first outlook is for a constructive dialogue among countries near and far, big and small, to take place regularly. Indeed, this step is critical to bridging the diverging interests, finding mutual grounds, and seeking favorable solutions. In a transparent manner, constructive interactions breed confidence and trust. Leveraging informal and formal avenues will propel success. In 2025, when Malaysia chairs ASEAN, we will continue the tradition of being in the regional driving seat and preserving our centrality. The centrality must be earned and respected by providing space and liberty to our member states and our dialogue partners to communicate. The convening power of ASEAN will provide an indispensable point for constructive dialogue. We aim to provide a fertile ground for laser-focused solution in 2025, particularly on the pressing issues and ongoing negotiations concerning our region. The ADMM and ADMM Plus, along with the expert working groups, will continue their prominent role in ensuring constructive dialogue in defense cooperation. The second outlook is the robust initiation of comprehensive cooperation across domains. Marine pollution, natural disasters, maritime piracy, and cyber threats should be among our top agenda. While we bolster the existing ASEAN-led mechanism, looking beyond the current domains is pivotal to complement and add value to our existing architecture. It is timely for us to depart from orthodox views on security by expanding our horizon on wider themes. This includes defense, education and leadership, military and public health and welfare, cyber and digital space, environmental technology and food security, as well as disaster risk management, which are all embedded in converging interests. Globalization has immersed countries in an intricate web of multi-layered domains and competition. Suffice to say that while countries are normally more rational and mature in adopting a neutral paradigm, they will also be more open to exploring collaborations in other domains. Finally, the cooperation established should be complementary in nature through numerous layers and platforms. Oftentimes, security architecture stems exclusivity that impedes greater cooperation. Nowadays, like-minded countries will form exclusive pacts to pursue similar interests. However, we are hoping that such a partnership will not harbor further fragmentation. Divisive moves inflict a decisive blow to regional stability. ASEAN will not merely enable node-based regional multilateral platforms, but also need-based minilateral and niche-based bilateral channels. Cooperation over competition is a mantra for stability, at least for now. Although competition will harness formidable results, we have seen excessive competition morph into a detrimental rivalry. The security pact that took place in the Asia-Pacific region should complement each other's capacity and capability. This region should prepare itself to maneuver the existing and emerging security partnership that gradually shape our regional dynamics. In the current climate, significant collaboration with multiple blocs supersedes potential anxiety. Premise on the importance of credible partnership at the bloc-to-bloc level for ASEAN, I will argue that collaboration between ASEAN and other collaboration pacts or regional blocs instead of with individual countries is worth exploring. Such arrangement must be articulated with the emphasis to reap benefits from collaboration between pact to pact. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3C approach that I have elaborated on is essential to sustainable cooperation between ASEAN, our dialogue partners, and other like-minded countries, and how we ensure regional stability. It is important to note that ASEAN has thrived based on our neutrality, and we will continue to be neutral. We should not be forced to take sides, and we will not take sides. Regardless, Malaysia's position on any act to escalate conflicts in the region remains unchanged. Now, as we mature together, navigating the uncertainty is a routine that we cannot avoid. Nevertheless, we do admit that there is no quick or easy way to address uncertainties, and for that, we should not take the one one-size-fits-all approach. Thus, again, I reiterate that being non-aligned is the best way possible while expanding multi-layered cooperation even with conflicting parties. Ladies and gentlemen, these past few days have been a contemplating period for me on how to frame holistic security outlooks. It is joyful listening to esteemed speakers, interacting with fellow friends, and having a thought-provoking audience. Hope to see everyone again next year, and in the name of inclusion and constructive dialogue, if I may, I suggest we also invite a representative from the Palestine. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you very much for those remarks. I think the audience will appreciate you outlining your thoughts as in 2025 incoming ASEAN chair. I think it is very important for this audience to hear how you might approach that period and the priorities that will drive your approach. Thank you very much for this. May I now invite Minister Ong to take the floor, please. Thank you.
Let me, on behalf of this host, or Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean and my other colleagues, Senior Minister Teo, Senior Minister of State Heng Chee Hao, Senior Minister of State Zaki Mohammed, welcome all of you attending this 21st edition of the Shangri-La edition. With your strong and consistent support each year, the Shangri-La dialogue has grown and now receives more than 40 ministerial representatives and some 570 delegates from more than 40 countries present today. 21st, as is customary, is when you become of adult age. So has the Shangri-La dialogue at 21 shown promise as an adult? I think so. I think it is matured. I think it's broadened. I think it's a bit more realistic, less idealistic, but more practical. And if it is any success, it is because of your presence and your willingness to come here and engage and sometimes do verbal combat and other times just to listen. And I want to thank the board and the members of IISS for starting this quest. 21 years ago, the idea of a security conference in Asia was started on a wing of a prayer and a hope that dialogue was useful for the defense security arena. My main message over the past few years has been consistent, and this year will be no different. We must avoid a physical conflict in Asia, because we can all agree that neither Asia nor the world can withstand the third geopolitical shock. The war in Ukraine is now into its third year following Russia's invasion. NATO countries showed great determination in this year's Munich Security Conference to support Ukraine to defend her sovereignty and to do more, fully cognizant of the implications of the upcoming US presidential elections. Nevertheless, as the conflict drags out, so too the uncertainty of continuing support and achievable outcomes. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, what began as a terrorist attack by Hamas on Israel communities now threatens to draw in other powers to pose a wider contagion. If there is any salient epiphany against this backdrop, it must be not here in Asia. Indeed, this was a cri de coeur when President Zelenskyy spoke to us 2 years ago here at the Shangri-La Dialogue. I will never forget that. It was still vividly etched in my mental imageries. We were just coming out of COVID. You remember seeing President Zelenskyy. We didn't know where he was. We knew he was under threat. His country was under threat. And he spoke to us. And he said, I quote, "We must take the preemptive way, not the one that comes after the war has started, after hostilities have broken out, after we have hundreds of thousands of casualties and even millions of casualties, unquote. And I'm glad that he's here today to be able to add to that, and I'm sure that all of us are looking forward and honored by his presence later on. But what ought and can we do? What agency should be brought to bear? And that's the imaginative title of this session, Reimagining Solutions. Bastian, I congratulate you on these catchy headlines, but truth be told, I had some problem trying to live up to this. As you know, I'm by training a surgeon. And when I cut open bodies, I see the same parts, each and every time. And I put it to you that if you want to find a surgeon, you're not necessarily looking for the most imaginative one. You want to make sure that when he takes you apart, he puts you back in the right way. Snip by snip, cut by cut, stitch by stitch. So I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint in terms of what we ought to do, and it's going to be hard work and the humdrum. Most of us here would agree that the US and China are dominant protagonists to decide Asia's fate for this decade and beyond. What their leaders say count a great deal. Thankfully, both have disavowed physical conflict between their two countries. US President Joe Biden has said that the US seeks to, quote, responsibly manage the competition between them so that it does not tip into conflict. And Secretary Austin said the same thing. We seek competition, not confrontation. And war with China is neither imminent nor unavoidable. Very reassuring words. The China President Xi Jinping has stated that China has, quote, no intention to challenge the US or to unseat it. And we will not fight a cold war or a hot war with anyone. Despite these reassuring affirmations, temperatures did go up when President Biden said that it was up to Taiwan to make up their mind on independence. And when asked, affirmed that the US would defend Taiwan in the event of a Chinese invasion. So too, the temperatures go up when President Xi said, quote, the East is rising while the West is declining, and that China would not give up even 1 inch, quote unquote, of territory in the South China Sea and would resolve the Taiwan question. The meeting between the two leaders in San Francisco proved a positive step to calm troubled waters, if not build back relations. After that meeting, when asked about the Taiwan elections early this year, President Biden said, we, meaning the US, do not support Taiwanese independence. President Xi replied that while US-China relations could not go back to the old days, it could, quote unquote, embrace a brighter future. With the upcoming US presidential elections this year, so it was a good meeting between the two, and we would have wished for more. But with the upcoming US presidential elections this year, another meeting between the two leaders is unlikely. Expectations of increasing engagements are low on both sides. Notwithstanding this political ennui, more dialogue and positive initiatives are sorely needed. A de facto trade war has ensued between the US and China. The US has articulated its small yard, high fence approach to trade on grounds of national security. Over time, the yard has grown larger, despite US political leaders' assertions that they do not want decoupling. However, it's unclear how these sensitive areas can be effectively ring-fenced without significant disruption to global trade. Then there is the question of if and how China might retaliate to this trade policy. It has already begun. China, as a producer of 60% of rare earths, globally banned the export of technology to make rare earth magnets, essential for many modern electronics. In this flux, it is important for senior officials to step up their engagements. In 2009, both sides started the US-China Strategic and Economic Dialogue, later replaced by the Comprehensive Economic Dialogue, to deal with exactly these issues, thorny trade issues. These talks were effectively suspended in 2018 and have not resumed. I started with trade relations because trade and security are faces of the same coin of codependency and preemption. For security, there are some realities we must face. First, Taiwan is a red line. Against the backdrop of Russia's attack on Ukraine, it's tempting but misplaced to conflate that with Taiwan and China. Taiwan is not Ukraine, and neither is China Russia. In 2020, China accounted for 1.9% of global exports. China, in comparison, accounts for over 14%. Ukraine is a member of the United Nations. Taiwan is not. Many of our country's diplomatic positions also recognize a one-China policy. Taiwan is a complex issue, and the status quo of no independence and no forced reunification appears to be the best compromise for all parties involved, without precipitous actions from any party. In the South China Sea, there will also be no quick resolution or competing claims or positions. What is therefore needed are practical measures on the ground to prevent conflicts and de-escalate. There needs to be more dialogue and physical engagements between the US military and the PLA personnel. The last visit of a senior-ranking PLA official to the US was in 2015 by then CMC Vice Chairman General Fan Chan-lung, and for the US, then the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Joe Dunford, visited Beijing in 2017. I suggest that it will be positive if these mill-to-mill exchanges resume. On fishing, mutual agreements can prevent disputes. Learning from the 2013 incident where a Taiwan fisherman was killed by Philippines Coast Guard personnel, Taiwan and Philippines inked an agreement concerning the facilitation and cooperation on law enforcement in fisheries matters in 2015. So fishermen have been killed in fishing disputes, and it was not casus belli. And indeed, Taiwan and Philippines came to an agreement in 2015, and since then, no similar incidents have taken. Agreements for hydrocarbons and other resources are more complex, but not impossible. Malaysia and Thailand have carved out a joint development area for exploration and exploitation of non-living natural resources, including hydrocarbons, within their overlapping continental shelves. To prevent physical conflicts in an increasingly contested South China Sea, protocols like the Code for Unexpected Encounters at Sea and guidelines for air military encounters reduce the risks of miscalculation and escalation in maritime and air domains. But sorely missing are paramilitary and law enforcement agencies' inclusion into these frameworks, and they need to be brought into them. We want to avoid a repeat of past incidents, such as the 2001 Hainan incident, of a collision between the US Navy's EP-3 and the PLA's Navy's fighter jet, or the more recent collisions between the Chinese and Philippines Coast Guard vessels over the Second Thomas Shoal. Some have argued that the events in Asia are but an extension of the previous Cold War, now fought out between the US and China. Despite this strategic rivalry, the US and China are both integral to the functioning of a globally connected economy, upon which all our well-being depends. In 2022, the US accounted for 25% of global GDP, and China accounted for 18%, slightly larger than that of the entire EU. Last year, China was also the top trading partner of more than 120 countries, and ASEAN as a whole. There is another stark difference. I doubt if there will be an equivalent of a glasnost or perestroika moment for China. The legitimacy of the Communist Party of China under President Xi is well entrenched among Chinese citizens who have witnessed considerable progress over the past 3 decades of their country and their lives under his leadership. In this region, ASEAN plays a key role by upholding itself and the partners to the ASEAN Charter. In defense, the Asian Defense Ministers Meeting expert working groups exist to promote military-to-military cooperation for the 18 nations. To date, more than 20 large-scale exercises have been conducted, and it is noteworthy that this is the only platform where both US and China militaries participate. The ADMM welcomes the participation of Canada, France, and the United Kingdom as observers to the expert working groups last year. Germany and the EU have also applied to be observers, and Singapore strongly supports as a positive sign of their involvement within the ADMM plus structure. So thank you all for your support and contributions for the SLD once again. I thank also the many people who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to allow us to focus on these important conversations. Staff of the Shangri-La Hotel, the home team, our police and civil defense force. I've received many compliments about their service. And they do it because it's their jobs, but I think there's something deeper. As is customary after each of when Shangri-La Dialogue has ended, I meet the hotel staff who have served you with, I think, with very good service, just to thank them. And some staff have been here since the inception of the SLD. And when you talk to them, they have come to believe that they are part of this Shangri-La dream, this quest for peace. And they feel that they are doing their part in looking for regional peace, if not beyond. So thank you, and I thank you on behalf of them. I will thank them on behalf of you, and I thank you all and hope for all of you to have a safe journey back home. Thank you.
Minister Ong, thank you very much for those remarks, and I think you've wielded your scalpel with great precision by pointing us to the fact that prevention often is the cure before the surgeon needs to get on the case, and of course that many of the practical efforts that you have called for might be best aimed in that direction. So I think that's a very useful reminder to our audience of that priority. Okay, we've got a growing list of questions, so I will take a first group, and then we will have a round of answers, and if we have time, we will take another one. And it's my pleasure to first ask a veteran of the Shangri-La Dialogue and the former executive director of IISS Asia, Tim Huxley.
Thank you very much, Bastian. My question is for Malaysia's Defense Minister. Dr. Sri Mohammed Khalid, my question concerns emerging security challenges on the island of Borneo, where sovereignty is divided between Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei Darussalam. What do you see as the particular challenges to the security of the Malaysian states of Sabah and Sarawak? How does your ministry and the Malaysian Armed Forces view the implications in particular of Indonesia's long-term strategic program to move its capital city to Nusantara in East Kalimantan? Indonesia's political and military center of gravity is going to shift in the coming years, and I think there is a question about how Malaysia will adjust to that new reality? Thank you very much.
Let me collect a few questions, and then we can answer them in a group, so we get a few more views in. May our next call on from Thailand, Tida Young Sharon.
Thank you. My question is to both ministers. How can we empower our region to contribute to global peace and stability when at times there isn't any among ourselves? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll like to next call on Aaron Connolly from the US. Aaron.
Thank you, Bastian. Dr. Sri, I wanted to ask you about your comments about like-minded countries forming small blocs, which you seem to regard as a sign of fragmentation and divisive moves that could be a decisive blow to regional stability. I wonder, is there more that ASEAN can do to fill the gaps in the regional architecture that seem to lead countries to believe that they need these small blocs? Something that Malaysia in particular can do to raise the level of ambition in the ADMM or in ASEAN more generally, particularly given your role as the permanent shepherd for ASEAN's post-2025 vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. And we'll take from Myanmar, Nyanyan Tantong.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you, Minister, for your excellent remark. My question is to both ministers about the defense industry cooperation among the ASEAN member states. So it is clear that there is various factors driving this necessity, and also there is also some call for collaborated effort that resonate very strongly. However, the internal instability within member states, especially the ongoing crisis in Myanmar, adds another layer of complexity, and it's going the urgency of fostering robust cooperation. So in this context, how do you propose navigating the intricate interplay between external geopolitical dynamic, internal conflict within member states, and the imperative of strengthening defense industry cooperation to safeguard the regional security and autonomy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take two more in this round. From Vietnam, Big Tran, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sugarrich. So my question is to both ministers, because, you know, the United States is committed to enhance cooperation with ASEAN through the second ASEAN-US maritime exercise. So the first one was in 2019, and Singapore hosted a watch center for the exercise then. And this next year, 2025, Malaysia will be the chair of ASEAN. So I would like to ask both of you about your thoughts on how this kind of exercise can contribute to regional maritime security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last in this round, but we'll try to come back to get a few more in from Australia. Rory Metcalf, please.
Thank you. My questions to both ministers. You and other speakers at this dialogue, including the Chinese Defence Minister, have emphasised the overriding importance of stability to ensure the prosperity and development of all countries in the region. The use of force against Taiwan would really shatter this prosperity with devastating humanitarian and economic consequences for all of Southeast Asia and the wider region and the world. Can you please share with us how you and other leaders within ASEAN convey that concern to China?
Thank you very much. Let us tackle those. And I propose, Minister from Malaysia, we'll start with you. Mohammed Khalid, please, if you can take on a few of those.
Thank you. Thank you for all the questions. I try to answer it generally together, and maybe those that I'm not, that I don't answer, I will leave it to my my more senior colleague.
Senior colleague.
Okay. But this one I think I have to answer on the move by Indonesia, their capital, to Nusantara. I think yesterday when Pak Prabowo spoke, he alluded to the fact that whatever issues all this while that Indonesia has with Malaysia or even with Singapore, we are able to resolve it amicably. And we see that we have matured in our relationship, and whatever issues or challenges that we will face in future, we believe that we can overcome it. But the move by Indonesia, their capital, to Nusantara, to Malaysia, is actually an opportunity because it will allow both countries to benefit from the effect of the focus and development of that particular area. And at the same time, for Malaysia, for whatever that we will focus on our defense, defense will be a process that will be done naturally, not towards looking into the development of Nusantara or any other place. So we do not see that as a threat. I believe that when Indonesia has Nusantara as the capital, they will develop it, they will let it grow, and I believe surely they will not see that the capital pose any threat to anybody, especially including to Malaysia. So to us, it is more an opportunity. I'm sure there will be spin-off from the relocation of the capital to Nusantara, and with the close relationship, not only bilaterally, but also through ASEAN, we will ensure that we will work more closely, or if there is any issues or challenges, we will have open dialogue with them. And this is what this Shangri-La dialogue is all about. I think everybody was speaking about dialogue, and most of the questions asked by the participant here today, most of the answer will be to have dialogue. It also includes on the question of Myanmar. I think we accept the fact that it is very, very complex for Myanmar, for us to find a solution. Surely one of the most important factors is we want to see, firstly, there are common grounds among all those in Myanmar, which is something that we are still not able to see. Most of the parties in Myanmar, if they have no common ground, it will be very difficult for ASEAN or for anyone else to find a solution. But the point is, I think there is no other solution than having dialogue. So that also includes for other pacts or groups by other countries, even if there are such grouping. For ASEAN, like I have mentioned, that the third approach that we need to look at is on the complementary approach, where we should be open to have dialogue with such group, so that they can be roped into whatever that ASEAN aspire and to support and to ensure that they contribute towards the ASEAN's principle. So, and for exercises, I think that is one way in which we establish our relationship, we strengthen our partnership, and that will continue as far as ASEAN is concerned. I leave it now to
Thank you.
Minister.
I think there were two broad topics that I'll address, one on ASEAN and the second one on Taiwan. Question from Mr. Metcalf, what ASEAN does to give its views about Taiwan. On ASEAN, it's a good question. What is ASEAN, if you think about it? And we talk about ASEAN centrality. Questions have been asked about what ASEAN can do. And I suppose the starting point is what agency and what creature is this? Is ASEAN centrality by virtue of its size? It's not. Combined, I think we are a large population because we have some large nations like Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, but I think our combined GDP is, I think it's a guess, about 3 trillion. Combined military expenditure, I don't think is comparable to any of large middle powers. So it's not by economic heft, neither military might. So what basis is ASEAN centrality? And that's an interesting question. I've thought about this, and I thought the best analogy is ASEAN is like the Hobbit in Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. One ring to control them all, because the others weren't trusted to hold that ring and shouldn't have held the ring. And I think ASEAN needs to continue to play that role, and it can gain credibility, I think, by how it behaves. And my distinguished colleague, Datuk Sri Khalid, has given some examples. And it may be surprising to you that hobbits also quarrel among themselves. But I'm quite proud to say that on record that we have settled many of the disputes peacefully. Let me cite some. Of course, between Malaysia and Indonesia, Sipadan, Litigan, for those of you who know these places. Also, between Indonesia, in 2022, Indonesian Foreign Minister Retno stated that Indonesia had engaged in no less than 17 rounds of maritime boundary negotiations with Philippines, Malaysia, Palau, and Vietnam. And in 2022, they welcomed news that Indonesia and Vietnam had agreed to the EE zone boundaries in the waters surrounding the Natuna Islands after 12 years of bilateral negotiations. Yesterday at the ministerial lunch, we also cited what Australia's agreement with Timor-Leste is. So I think ASEAN and wider Asia, I think if we continue this example of settlement by peaceful disputes, I think ASEAN gains credibility. ASEAN, I think the ADMM that I cited in my speech is useful. We have the expert working groups, and this also addresses the issue of military operations. It is the only security architecture that has 18 militaries participating. There's a special feature of it called the expert working groups where the militaries exercise. And when Brunei hosted it, and this was some time ago, I admit, this was the only 18-nation military exercise. They sailed from Brunei to Singapore. And this was the only exercise that all nations had cross-deck. In other words, you had Japanese troops, I think, landing on Chinese ships landing on US ships. We are not so bold, maybe not so unrealistic to hope that that will happen soon, but certainly it's an aspiration to resume that kind of exercise, and we'll continue to do it. And as I said, a proof of success is that other plus countries, beyond the plus countries, they have also applied to join this observer. I mentioned France, Canada, United Kingdom, which are already in, and EU and Germany have also applied. Let me deal with what we advise China about Taiwan. China doesn't need any advice about Taiwan from ASEAN. You just heard this before this session, Minister Tong Chin, he would have gone on for half an hour about Taiwan if you let him, so they don't need any advice. But let me give an anecdote. Earlier this year in Munich Security Conference, their Foreign Minister Wang Yi was speaking as a plenary speaker on his own. And I think in the Munich Security Conference, they are milder and quite kind in their question time. And the first question came out after his session is, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, will China invade Taiwan? And his answer was instructive. He's an accomplished diplomat, so he was unfazed. And he said, in the Chinese constitution, there are 3 reasons for justified force against Taiwan. So all ears pricked up. First, if Taiwan declares independence. Second, if another country fights on behalf for Taiwan's independence. And third, if all means, peaceful means have been exhausted. I suggest that's a very useful framework for us to keep the peace.
Thank you very much. I'll take a few more questions and we'll have a second round of responses to these. And I will start this round with Akita Hiroyuki from Japan, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask a question that we haven't discussed so much in this room. That is about the possible second-term Trump administration in the US. So I'm sure that your mission is to prepare for the unpredictable future. So my question is, how do you predict the most nightmare scenario that may, maybe there will be an optimistic scenario, but maybe for the sake of time, I'd like to ask, what is the most nightmare scenario that you are preparing for? And then secondly, what is the specific countermeasures for you to adapt or mitigate such a risk? Thank you.
For the record, you did not reveal what your personal nightmare scenario is, so that gives us more than one direction. Can I now call...
And who the question was directed at?
I'll ask next, please, from Brunei, Hafiz Hashim.
Hi, thank you, ministers. This question goes to both ministers. Yeah. So, how do you perceive that ASEAN can approach to these new emerging security threats, such as those human securities, right? Given that there are slight uncertainties surrounding ASEAN's centrality on how each members understand what security means. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I please have Peter Lee from Korea?
Thank you. My question is to both ministers. So a few days ago, the governments of Australia, Korea, Japan, the United States, and others released a joint statement condemning North Korean transfers of munitions and missiles to Russia for use in Ukraine. No government of Southeast Asia signed that. So I'm curious how your countries view this issue and what position you want to take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, in this round, from the UK, Viraj Solanki.
Thank you, Bastian. Just building on Dr. Ng's last point, do you think that the current regional dialogue mechanisms, both multilaterally such as ASEAN or ADMM Plus, or minilateral groupings are effective enough to address the growing number of geopolitical challenges that we're currently facing, or do you think that changes could be made to make these groupings more effective in addressing these issues? Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we have time to take a few more, there are a few more on our list, so we have, I might be able to come back to you, but if I may turn to the ministers again for responses to those 4 points. Minister Ong, can I start this round with you? Is that okay?
Let me, you know, it's very unusual no country predicates its foreign policy on a certain political outcome of another, right? I mean, we're all adults, and you have to work with administrations. And on record, and I agree with Bastian, I don't know what nightmarish scenario you're talking about. Maybe you might reveal to us what your nightmares are. But when President Trump was president, we extended our MOU with the US with Prime Minister Lee in New York, which gave us an extension to the US for, I think, another 15 or 20 years to rotate through our bases and Changi Naval Base and the air bases. So we'll work with any administration of any country if we can find common ground. And, I'll try to understand what you mean and then reply with an anecdote. Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister, was asked this same question, but not in the nightmarish terms that you use, at the Munich Security Dialogue. And the question posed to him was, how should Europe prepare if President Trump was elected? And his answer was a good one. He said, Europe's preparations cannot depend on the outcome of the US elections. We have to be prepared on ourselves, Europe, to defend itself. So I would say, yes, countries will have to, based on their own interests, and we'll work with either administration. For newly emerging threats, I think we are engaged with some of these. We are involved with the Netherlands and Korea in trying to push their initiatives toward AI, and I applaud what Netherlands and Korea are doing, trying to gain a leadership role, a global role, to try to have a framework in which AI is being used for military use. I mean, that's just an example. Mr. Zelenskyy asked, is the present architecture adequate? I think it is. If you compare it, for example, with NATO, all of us are excited about when President Zelenskyy will come. But if you look at the NATO, it was in a historic time against a common threat. ASEAN didn't have that. And I would congratulate the originators who started that, and Senior Minister Teo was involved in the Singapore side in constructing it to include 18 nations. So I think it's adequate. If more countries want to join, I think we will consider it, observers first, but the answer is yes. Dato.
Please. Thank you. I think the question on Trump and all this, I think I would like to answer it by saying that whatever it is, if you can see that ASEAN has made an impact, whatever the situation, whatever the challenges, I believe that ASEAN will continue to be there, and we will, all the countries within this region, through ASEAN, we will work collectively with or without Trump. And also on the issues of the emerging threats and all those things, imagine if there is no ASEAN. So I believe that most of the answer is that we are fortunate. We have ASEAN, and because of ASEAN, we are also fortunate that this region, we are still peaceful, stable. There is no conflict within this region. So actually, we have to see and ensure that ASEAN is still present, is strong, stable, and members are cohesive among each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those questions and the answers that have been provided on these important themes of regional stability. Ukraine is in a battle for national survival, defending itself against Russian aggression. Upon arriving in Singapore yesterday, President Zelenskyy said, and I might quote him here, "Global security is impossible when the world's largest country disregards recognized borders, international law, and the UN Charter, resorts to hunger, darkness, and nuclear blackmail. Restoring just peace for Ukraine and ensuring global food and nuclear security will be the aim of the Global Peace Summit in Switzerland, and this is why the Asia-Pacific voice must be heard there." This is what he said, and we are delighted that President Zelenskyy has chosen to address the IISS Shangri-La dialogue. President Zelenskyy. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mr. Gigrich, dear Ministers of Defense, ladies and gentlemen, dear journalists. I'm pleased to address you here today at IISS Shangri-La dialogue. For many years, in such summits, including here in Singapore, people discussed the importance of diplomacy. And it's often said that brutal force should not dominate the world. Similarly, attempts by various power centers to impose something on other nations against their will in politics, economy, or security should not dominate either. Diplomacy should be those caring and strong hands that prevent international disputes from turning into fights, restraining the most aggressive parties. This is how diplomacy often worked in the past. But frankly, the last few decades have not been a time for diplomacy. We have all felt this, and each region, sometimes even countries, has its own experience of how diplomacy has degraded, leaving only disappointment behind. In the 1990s, Ukraine suffered one of the greatest deceptions in the modern history when the security assurances from nuclear powers in exchange for the nuclear arsenal located in Ukraine did not translate into real security. It was exactly 28 years ago these days when Ukraine handed over its last nuclear warheads to Russia. In line with a multilateral international agreement, and it is Russia that has tried to erase Ukraine from the political map of the world. In the 2000s, Ukraine faced the first obvious violations by Russia on our territory and sovereignty, revealing that there was no element of the world's security architecture capable of restraining Russia and forcing it to stick to the principles and purposes of UN Charter. So Putin believes he is allowed to do anything. By the mid-2010s, Russia brought a war to our land, a war that we in Ukraine never wanted, did not provoke, and which expanded into the most treacherous invasion Europe has experienced since World War II. All of this was a series of diplomatic failures and constant attempts to keep the world divided into spheres of influence, which disrupts nations' lives and corrupts global powers. As a result, war. When unity was needed, the world was divided. When bold decisions were required, many were content with the status quo. And when preventive action was necessary to avoid the worst, the aggressor was somehow given time to prepare. We remember how Moscow tempted the world with the talks, all of which resulted in hollow wars or unacceptable ultimatums. Thus, we found ourselves in a war that now affects everyone in the world and spreads a globally dangerous cult of violence instead of trust in international law, trust that diplomacy should strengthen. But Ukraine will not complain, and I'm here to state we have found a way to restore diplomacy. This is the goal I spoke about last year at the Shangri-La dialogue, and now we can make it real. Dear friends, not so long ago, it seemed that the world would always be fragmented. But we saw the most nations truly desire and are capable of cooperation, at least as far as collective security is concerned. A clear example are the coalitions from military to humanitarian, formal and informal, which help us withstand the war and prevent Russia from expanding it. These coalitions supporting Ukraine unite countries from all countries with different characters and worldviews. What brought them together? Naturally, diplomacy. Diplomacy does work when it truly aims to protect life. Together with partners, we are defending life and rules-based world order. We are working to obtain air defense systems and co-produce weaponry and drones. And we train our soldiers together. And we counter cyber threats together. We restore energy infrastructure damaged by Russian terror together. Just on Sunday night, Ukraine faced another round of Russian strikes. Nearly, during one day, imagine, nearly 100 missiles and drones. This has happened hundreds of times throughout the war. And no country could handle this alone. And I thank everyone in the world who helps us with air defense systems, saving lives to our people, and the best, of course, the best Patriot systems, the United States, Germany, Netherlands, other our partners who helped us. Thank you so much. Together, we are also bringing back Ukrainian children who were deported to Russia from the occupied territories of our country. And we know for sure about 20,000 Ukrainian children who were kidnapped by Putin, kidnapped and taken to Russia. And we know their names. And Russia itself claimed that it took several hundred thousand of our children from the occupied territories of Ukraine. Only the worst criminals do such things. And we must bring all of our children back to Ukraine, to relatives, to parents. Thanks Qatar for the help, and other countries, other partners also, together with our partners, we are bringing back our captured soldiers. There are already dozens such joint initiatives, and they work not only for Ukraine. Countries from Libya and Sudan, Bangladesh, consume food produced in Ukraine. All of them benefited directly when we lifted the Russian blockade of our ports and resumed our food exports. Initially, this was achieved through international mediation together with Turkey and United Nations. Later, when Russia left the grain initiative, we resumed our contribution to global food security, thanks to our soldiers who defeated Russia at sea. And already 50 million tons of cargo have been exported through our new maritime corridor. But this was also made possible by diplomacy that supports Ukraine's resilience in battles. Once again, diplomacy does work. Now we are creating a new security architecture for Ukraine based on bilateral security agreements with our partners. There are already 15 such agreements, and more will come. And these agreements are comprehensive, covering everything from defense cooperation to political and economic interaction. The diplomacy restored the world's habit of keeping with the terms of agreements in real life. Besides, we've proven that now diplomacy resolves issues that Europe has been unable to solve for decades. Specifically, we have secured real steps towards Ukraine's integration with the EU, and Ukraine will definitely become EU member, a part of one of the biggest global markets and security space. And the key point, of course, peace. Our experience of restoring effective diplomacy has led us to the format of the Global Peace Summit. We are convinced that our world wants to be united and be capable of acting in a complete harmony. we've realized that nations equally reject the idea of someone secretly making decisions and imposing them. What is needed is open and inclusive dialogue. We have confirmed that the principles and purposes of the UN Charter and international conventions are entirely relevant. All this has become the basis our peace formula and has grown into the Global Peace Summit, so every leader and every country can show their commitment to peace. The global majority can ensure with their involvement that what is agreed upon is truly implemented, and so that Russia, who started this cruel war, cannot push us off the path to ending the war. More than 100 countries and international organizations have confirmed their participation in the summit for today. At the first summit, we will address 3 points of the peace formula: nuclear security, food security, and the release of prisoners of war. And of course, the Ukrainian children abducted by Russia. Time is running out, and the children are growing up in the Putin land, where they are taught to hate their homeland and are lied to, being told they have no families, while their loved ones wait for them at home in Ukraine. And after Peace Summit, when the global majority agrees on the common understandings and steps, the relevant parties will pass this to Russia, aiming for an outcome similar to the grain initiative. If these basic things are implemented, other points of the peace formula will work as well. Yes, we are disappointed that some world leaders have not yet confirmed their participation in the Peace Summit. Unfortunately, there are also attempts to disrupt the summit. We do not want to believe that this is a desire for monopolistic power in the world to deny the global community the opportunity to decide on war and peace, and to leave this power in the hands of one or two. We respect the UN Charter, respect every nation, and treat everyone equally. Only on this principle can the world be safeguarded from war. Ukraine proposed peace through diplomacy, an inclusive and fair former global peace summit, and I invite your region, your leaders, countries to join so that your peoples are involved in these global affairs, and by uniting against one war, we create for the world a real experience, the experience of overcoming any war and of diplomacy that does work. Thank you for an invitation. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, thank you so much for that address to the 21st IISS Shangri-La dialogue. We will have time for a few questions, and I want to start off, if I may, because you spoke about the path towards ending the war, and you spoke about the Global Peace Summit that is obviously a few weeks away now. What is the one thing, the most important thing you need at this stage from the international community as you pursue that path towards ending the war?
Дякую вам.
Thank you. Thank you once again for the invitation and for this question. You know, I believe that as of today, the main thing is that the civilized world has already done this main thing. it did not allow for the seizure of Ukraine. Alongside with our warriors, with our people, you know that in the first days of and weeks and months of the war, it was very difficult. It was simply very difficult. And the resilience of our nation, this resilience has provided strength to our warriors. And the united world ensured that Ukraine is not alone against the aggressor that violates international law. The issue is not with the name of the country. The question is not about naming the aggressor that now leads Russian Federation. The issue is about principles, the principles of respect to human life, to freedom, to the freedom of speech, to the will to choose one's own life and to have the right to live. And it seems to me that all this was violated by one single person, Putin. And it is of utmost importance that in the most difficult moment, the world, as it could, somebody more, somebody less, somebody with weapons, somebody diplomatically, someone doesn't have weapons, so help in humanitarian way, and somebody is a very, very small country that has no budget, and they were given the very last money they had simply to demonstrate that they are on the right side, that they are on the side of truth. And it seems to me that that is the most important thing that the world has done. Now Russia is trying to disrupt the peace summit, and that is true. That is true. We have, as of now, the confirmation from 106 countries of the world, and on the senior level of high representatives, on the level of leaders, 106 countries. And what Russia is doing, it is the country of war, and it is now traveling around many countries in the world, threatening them with the blockade of the agricultural goods, of the food products, of chemical products. It's threatening to damp the prices for the energy, and it is simply pushing the other countries of the world so that they are not present on the summit. This issue is not even about weaponry or support. This is about the support of the very end of the war, and it is disrupting it and is doing it in all regions. And now there is some not good information that certain states have started to assist it in diplomatic disruption of the peace summit. And therefore, when you're asking what the world can do, the world has to be resilient, has to be strong, has to put pressure on Russia. There is no other way to stop Putin, only diplomatic isolation, strong Ukrainian military, and for all the countries of the world to not balance between Ukraine and Russia, but defend international justice and law.
Thank you very much. We have time to take a few questions from the floor. We will take them one by one. I can already say we won't get through all the lists that we have here on my screen, but I want to give President Zelenskyy a chance to answer each question that is posed to him. I'll start with a question from the region here, from Cambodia. Ned Chantima, please. Your microphone is live.
Thank you for the floor. President Zelenskyy, you remarked before that Israel's right to defense is indisputable, as the right to self-defense is codified under the UN Charter. Meanwhile, you and your Western allies have also repeatedly referred to the rule of law when conducting relations and responding to hostilities internally and in the international community. As such, don't you think there should be a collective call from yourself and your allies to call upon the Israeli government to adhere to international humanitarian law, namely the principle of proportionality, the distinction between combatants and civilians, and the prohibition of inflicting unnecessary suffering on the civilian Palestinian population? Thank you.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, how to counter any narratives and disinformation. To look into each fact separately, look into details, and to see the truth. You can ask the question as you have now posed and to join all the questions to unite the attacks of Hamas against Israel and then the pressure of Israel to Gaza. Or you can look into details. Ukraine is a just country that respects international law and the UN Charter. Ukraine has said if terrorists from Hamas, and this was in the first days of the terrorist attack against Israel, if terrorists of Hamas attack civilians, Israel has the right to defend. So let's not mix everything to one issue. And then afterwards, Ukraine has said, when Israel was in the territory of Gaza and there was a humanitarian crisis, Ukraine said, first, we are ready to help humanitarianly to Gaza. Secondly, you need to respect international laws. Thirdly, Ukraine recognizes two states, Israel and Palestine, and it will do everything for Israel to stop, to end this conflict so that civilians do not suffer. So please, do not mix the two periods into one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will next ask the Executive Chairman of the IISS from the UK, Sir John Chipman.
Mr. President, one of the principles of international law is that if one country illegally invades another country, they are liable to pay compensation and reparations for the loss of property and persons. When, after Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1990, the war ended with Saddam Hussein retreating to Baghdad, a UN compensation committee did disperse elements of Iraq's state assets to compensate Kuwait. There is a legal argument that Russia's state assets could similarly be used. Will this issue be discussed at your peace conference?
The question of justice, of which the frozen assets is part of, and compensation is part of. Everything that Russia has brought to Ukrainian territory, we can discuss this, but this issue will not be in our communique because there will be three issues on this summit: food security, nuclear security, and getting back stolen Ukrainian children. These are three main issues. Undoubtedly, the question regarding frozen assets, it is being discussed permanently by our partners. Of course, Russia has to feel that this war is of high price, but not only to us, for European continent, and for Africa or Asia because of the blockade of the Black Sea and food products, but because they are the aggressor. And for this, we need to have an opportunity. We need to be given the opportunity. This will be right to say that we are being given an opportunity for a certain mechanism to use frozen assets. Now, only in Europe, there are around 300 billion of such assets. This will not be enough to compensate for everything that Russia has done in Ukraine, but if the frozen assets will be not only frozen in the EU, but will be used in Ukraine, then the immediate circle next to Putin and Putin himself, they will feel that this war is expensive to them.
Thank you very much. We have a very long list, but we're running out of time. So I'll ask for one more question that I'll ask President Zelenskyy to address, and I'll give the floor to Vela Nouns, please.
Thank you, Bastian. President Zelenskyy, with a view to the Global Peace Summit to be convened in Switzerland in 2 weeks' time, what would you hope for from this region, from countries in this region? And perhaps to Minister Ng, how might Singapore be able to support this process? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Will. If I may ask President Zelenskyy to address that question, then I'll give the word to Minister Ong to speak for the host nation, Mr. President.
Firstly, it is of great pleasure for me to be in Singapore, and I'm very pleased that me and my team were invited today. I will have the meeting with the President and Prime Minister of Singapore. We will discuss in details our bilateral relations, but the most important thing, I would really want the leader of Singapore to support Ukraine with his personal participation in the Peace Summit. And the same goes about the countries in the region. We truly count that you will support this summit. You will be present in Switzerland. We have on the agenda three points, but yet again I underscore, we are very open, normal people, and this was previously discussed with the Swiss side. We are ready to hear various proposals and thoughts that lead us not to continuation of the war, this is important, but to the end of it, and to sustainable and just peace for Ukraine. Дуже дякую.
Has Singapore decided how it will be involved in this process?
Well, first, let me just thank President Zelenskyy for being here, express my personal admiration. 2 years ago, this is not your first address to Shangri-La Dialogue. If all of us remember, 2 years ago you addressed us. We're not sure we were here, but we weren't sure where you were, and it was a particularly dark period because we were coming out of COVID. And I would say that all the audience here listened with rapt attention, and we knew that we were part of history in the making, and deep admiration for your leadership, as well as the resilience of the people in Ukraine. So, sir, you have our admiration, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you so much.
Singapore strongly supports the Ukraine position in principle and in practice. If you remember, the invasion was in February 2022, who can forget, 24 February. Very soon after, I think 4 days after, Singapore's Foreign Affairs Minister put out a statement on behalf of the Singapore government, wholly condemning the US, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And unilaterally, we began sanctions against Russian banks and other entities that we thought could facilitate or aid in the conduct of war of Russia against Ukraine. We co-sponsored a UNGR resolution condemning the invasion and asking for the immediate withdrawal of Russian troops. We sent some aid, and I've been in contact with your defense ministers. I think we sent some ambulances, which I'm glad you've received, military ambulances. But we stand with you, and I think your appearance in this Shangri-La dialogue, President Zelenskyy, is the epitome of what we are all hoping for. Rule-based order, one that which guarantees the security and survival of large nations and small. And I think I speak on behalf of us that we hope that your struggles will continue to bear victory, and we hope that significant progress, and we wish for your personal safety and the well-being of the people of Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. President Zelenskyy, let me thank you on behalf of the IISS for speaking to the IISS Shangri-La dialogue and answering questions from the delegates. Your mission is clear and of vital importance for your country, but as you have explained, also for global peace and questions that touch all of us, including in this region. I hope you will receive the diplomatic engagement you called for, and indeed that the voices of the Asia-Pacific region are heard and to contribute to the aims of the Global Peace Summit in Switzerland. We have now reached the conclusion of the Shangri-La dialogue, and I want to just very briefly thank the team that Velle Nouwens has led here at the IISS Asia office. Her team has worked tirelessly on the many challenges, logistical, content-wise, that an undertaking like this creates. Staff from our offices in London, Berlin, Manama, Washington have deployed to Singapore in support of this effort to make sure that we can convene in a setting that includes wide international participation and runs seamlessly for all of us. We had here some 581 full delegates. We batched in some 3,000 people altogether. We personally, well, not me personally, but the IISS facilitated some 91 bilaterals. We know there were many more because obviously nations make their own arrangements. We had 55 nationalities here, 50 government delegations, and then through 3 international organizations on top of that. In terms of outreach, before we started the session, we had already on social media reached some 48 million people around the world. I dare to say this will be more now. We had over 350 media representatives here from around the world. And it's of course also my honor to thank the staff of the Prime Minister's office here in Singapore, the Ministry of Defense of Singapore, the Minister himself, of course, the Permanent Secretary, who I've seen here in the room before, and his team, and of course also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the police, and the many security officials who have kept us safe and were involved here. This was my first Shangri-La dialogue as Director General and Chief Executive of the IISS. I dare say that I am looking forward to the next one, which will be at the end of May, early June in 2025. Of course, the IISS never stands still in the pursuit of defense diplomatic engagement, and I'm delighted to announce that some 2 weeks ago we signed an agreement with the government of the Czech Republic to organize and run the Prague Defense Summit that will focus on the defense capacity and defense capability challenges that need to be tackled to defend Europe. And I would like to acknowledge Daniel Blaškovič, the Deputy Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic, who has participated in the Shangri-La dialogue this year, and we're looking forward to working with his government, and I hope to see some of you in Prague from November 8 to 10 this year for the first edition of that Prague Summit. And with that, I shall close, and I invite you now to have lunch. I wish you a safe journey. If I can just ask the audience to remain in their seats for 20 seconds while President Zelenskyy and the other speakers take their leave. Thank you very much. Have a good day.